1622. Many mysteries of Shadow, the Lord of Shadows, did not seem in the mood to talk after the conclusion of the duel. Maybe he was dissatisfied with its result, or maybe he had simply strained himself too much in order to withstand the torrent of steel unleashed by Nephis, and needed rest. With how mysterious the reclusive saint was, it was impossible to tell what was on his mind. In any case, shortly after he had disappeared into the darkness, the beautiful onyx devil moved once again, inviting them to leave and make a camp outside the temple. The territory around the ancient citadel seemed safe enough, with all the nightmare creatures having been eradicated by Shadow and his servants. So, the fire keepers did not mind resting outside. There was no trust between them and the master of the temple yet, anyway. They would have felt uncomfortable resting under his roof, surrounded by powerful creatures. A transcendent devil, a transcendent terror, a supreme devil, and gods knew who else. That power was enough to give a stronger force pause. So they made camp a dozen or so meters away from the great dark edifice of the citadel, among the bones of slain nightmare creatures. The lanterns chased away the darkness, and a fire had been ignited in the middle of the camp. Various storage memories were summoned, containing food and beverages. They even raised several tents, hoping to enjoy a bit of peaceful sleep. After experiencing 2 weeks of pure hell, the fire keepers could finally rest and relax a little. Of course, they did not lower their guard completely, still wearing their armor and keeping watch in shifts. Nephis sat in front of the fire, watching it dance with a thoughtful expression. The Lord of Shadows, there were too many mysteries about him. That mask, for example. By now, Nephis remembered where she had seen it. Anik had worn a mask almost identical to the one worn by Shadow. It was a symbol of the priests of the nightmare spell. So, was Shadow one such priest, as well, or at least considered himself to be one? Or had he simply slain a follower of Weaver in one of his nightmares and received the mask as a reward? In fact, Nephis had seen the depiction of Weaver's mask long before meeting Anik. It was drawn on the wall of the Ebony Tower, where the Demon of Destiny had left a map of strongholds built by his siblings in various realms. The mask, representing Weaver, was placed north of the Hollow Mountains, above all 6 strongholds, almost as if looking at them from afar. But it did not mean that Weaver's stronghold was hidden somewhere on the Forgotten Shore, or even further north. It simply meant that no one had any idea where Weaver's stronghold was, or if the transient demon even had one. So Nether had drawn it outside the map. Was the Lord of Shadows connected to the priesthood of the nightmare spell, or to the demon of fate directly? And what business did the heir of Shadow God have being tied to a demon? Curious. The mask was curious. The citadel that somehow existed in the middle of Godgrave was also curious. So was the lineage of Shadow God that the master of the citadel seemed to possess, and his aspect. But most curious of all was his swordsmanship. Staring into the fire, Nephis sighed. These days, she rarely met anyone who could wield the sword well enough to give her a challenge. There were dreadful nightmare creatures and transcendent warriors with potent aspects, sure, but that was a competition of power and will, not skill and technique. As such, the only person Nephis could truly spar with was Morgan. The Lord of Shadows was at least on par with the Princess of Valor. No, not quite. It felt like he was much more dangerous. The first battle style he had used was more or less a perfect replica of the refined and domineering style that the Knights of Valor practiced. Mastering it was already no easy feat, but it was merely one of the styles the Lord of Shadows seemed to have mastered. He was a true sword saint, one of the few that had been born since the descent of the nightmare spell. Suddenly, Nephis wanted to duel him again, this time using the full might of their aspects. What abilities would he show her? How ingenious was his transcendent battle art? She had no doubt that he had built one, which was impressive. Most saints had mastered a battle art of their own, but few had created it without aid. After all, saints were supported by their clans, as well as the great clans they owed allegiance to. Most had inherited the skill and wisdom of their predecessors, as well as received extensive help from exalted counselors and mentors. Lord Shadow seemed like a solitary man. There was no clan behind him, let alone a domain, which meant that whatever technique he possessed had been designed by him and him alone. And then there was the second battle style he had shown, obviously as a message to her, or a provocation, her father's style. Nephise hugged her knees, calmly looking into the fire. Feeling the shift in her mood, the fire surged and swirled. How was it possible? As far as she knew, there were only 2 people in the world who had been taught that style. She had been taught by her family, and Cassie was taught by her. There were no others, or were there? Had her father had a pupil that she didn't know about? Was Lord Shadow that pupil, or a disciple of that pupil? She wanted to know. She wanted to ask. Her father had perished when Nephise was 4, so she did not have a lot of memories of him. Most of what she knew about Broken Sword was from listening to her grandmother, who talked about her son-in-law often. The rest was from the legends that he had left in the world before dying an untimely death. But she sighed. There was little sincerity in the world. Knowledge was power, and people guarded their power fervently. Usually, one had to be prepared to pay a price if they wanted to receive an answer. Secrets were not revealed easily. She was already indebted to Lord Shadow. He seemed like an unfriendly sort and would definitely not part with information lightly. In fact, he had probably chosen to use that style for the exact purpose of enticing her into deepening her debt. Devious. Who was that man? So strong, so devious, and having enough resources to disregard the riches of clan valor. As she considered that, the ground suddenly trembled. Chapter 16:23, Dark Colossus. As the ground trembled, the lively atmosphere in the camp instantly turned cold and professional. The fire keepers, who had been enjoying a late supper just moments ago, instantly rose to their feet and picked up their weapons. A moment later, they were standing in a defensive formation, ready to repel any kind of attack. Nephise had stood up as well. The white flames burning in her eyes grew more intense, and the fire behind her grew taller, chasing the darkness further away. What is it? Was there a nightmare creature approaching them from afar, or had the master of the ancient temple decided to betray them? She was going to find out soon. As they stood motionlessly, preparing for battle, the ground shuddered again. A cold wind rose, bringing with it a strong smell of rotting leaves and humid jungle. A tense silence settled over the world. A moment later, Nephise felt a new presence beside her. Turning her head slightly, she saw the Lord of Shadows standing at the edge of the camp, peering into the darkness calmly. He had appeared out of nowhere without making any noise, as if the shadows themselves had risen up to spawn him. He seemed to have discarded his mask, but since Nephise was behind him, she couldn't see his face. The fire keepers flinched, startled by his sudden appearance. Each was an experienced master, and many carried memories that enhanced their senses. It wasn't easy to sneak up on them, and yet the Lord of Shadow had done it effortlessly. Nephise frowned, realizing just how vulnerable her subordinates were in front of him. "What is happening?" Her voice remained calm, addressing the mysterious saint with sufficient decorum. He remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. "It's nothing much. One of the great sleepers has awoken, that's all." Shadow lingered for a second, then added, "I usually keep them asleep to avoid trouble, but the most feisty ones sometimes escape their slumber." "A great nightmare creature, keep them asleep." Nephise frowned slightly. "Should we fight it together, then?" Still facing away from her, the master of the ancient temple shook his head. "No need, it's merely a beast." With that, he took a step forward. The darkness surged, enveloping him like a vast mantle. The figure of Lord Shadow dissolved into it, becoming one with the lightless void. And then the void exploded upward. As Nephi's watched, secretly startled, a colossus built of shadows slowly rose above the bone plain. His body was a perfect replica of the Lord of Shadows. The titanic torso was formed first, followed by two immense arms. At first, the giant seemed to be kneeling, but then he slowly rose to his feet, coming to stand as tall as the ancient temple. The shadows rippled and solidified, repeating the contours of his back. She saw lean muscles rolling under the obsidian skin. A moment later, a layer of glossy onyx covered the dark colossus, encasing him in a suit of impregnable armor. His head was too far away now, the light of the enchanted lanterns unable to dispel the veil of darkness hiding his face. When the giant took a step, the whole plain quaked. A transformation ability. The size of the shadow colossus was nowhere near Effie when she assumed her transcendent form, but it was still awe-inspiring. But that was not the end of it. There was a rustle from behind them and a dreadful hiss. Turning around, the fire keepers saw the head of an enormous serpent appearing from the entrance of the temple. The creature was massive enough to easily swallow the entire cohort in one bite, its scales the same color as the tenebrous armor of the Lord of Shadows. The obsidian serpent slithered out of the citadel, its long body flowing like a river of darkness, seemingly endless. It must have been coiled around the entire great hall of the ancient temple, surrounding them from every side the moment they stepped inside. Nephi's watched carefully. The terror! The colossal serpent slithered across the bone plain, passing the frozen fire keepers and approaching the giant made of shadows. Its neck rose high into the air, and it nimbly coiled around the leg of the Lord of Shadows, crawling up his body like a tree snake. The creature reached the shoulder of the giant and then slithered along his outstretched arm. Then it changed. Where a serpentine head was before, the sharp tip of a gargantuan sword suddenly appeared. Slowly, but also too fast to notice, the body of the transcendent terror rippled and turned into an inconceivable odachi, its hilt and curving blade as long as the shadow giant was tall. Finally, a dark titan was standing on the bone plain, his body encased in a suit of fearsome onyx armor, wielding a giant obsidian sword. He looked like an ancient deity that had descended to the mortal realm from the heavens, or maybe crawled out of the lightless depths of the abyss. Not paying the fire keepers any attention, the shadow giant took another step. Something lunged at him from the darkness, a grotesque monstrosity that towered above the ground, its mottled fur wreathing with a swarm of pale maggots. Its misshapen head was crowned with sharp horns, and its maw was wide open, revealing a wall of massive fangs. Its limbs were a mess of claws, chitinous scythes, and pulsating tentacles. A chill spread through the hearts of the fire keepers at the sight of the hideous abomination. However, the towering sword of the dark colossus only fell once. One strike, and the neck of the great beast was cleanly severed, its head rolling to the ground. The massive body toppled and crashed into the bone surface of the dead god's breastbone, causing it to tremble once again. The great beast was dead, just like that. The dark colossus peered at it with disdain, then shook his head and crumbled on itself, turning into a tide of shadows. A moment later, all that was left was the corpse of the hideous monstrosity, and the deep groove left in the white bone by the tip of the obsidian odachi. Silence settled over Godgrave once again. Nephi stared at the corpse of the abomination, her expression unreadable. Eventually, she tilted her head a little. One strike. Suddenly, she was glad to have made a pact with the man who called himself Shadow. It was much better to be his ally than his enemy. Chapter 1624. Crazy Girl. Far to the northwest of Bastion, across the chain of death zones crowned by Godgrave, lay the vast human enclave ruled by the great clan Song. Although younger and smaller in territory than the Sword Domain, the kingdom of Kai Song was nevertheless just as populous and potent. Unlike Bastion itself, which lay at the heart of Valor's territory, the capital of Song was located at the northernmost point of her domain, on the slopes of a towering mountain chain that branched out from the Hollow Mountains. It was a stark and beautiful place nestled between snowy peaks and fuming volcanoes, shrouded in snowstorms and raining ash. Its name was Ravenheart. The great citadel had another name in the runic language of the nightmare spell, but after an obscure figure from the first generation of the Awakened conquered it, people gradually started calling the remote mountain palace by her true name. That obscure awakened warrior was the founder of the Song clan and Kai Song's late mother. Her daughter elevated their minor clan to prominence, and then to the very height of power. Similarly, Ravenheart had grown from the stronghold of a lesser legacy clan to one of the great citadels of humanity, sheltering hundreds of thousands of awakened. And now, after the chain of nightmares, it was home to millions of mundane humans as well. The citadel itself was a magnificent palace that stood on the slope of a snowy mountain, perched at the very edge of a bottomless chasm. The legend said that it had been cut from pure white jade once, but after enduring the wrath of the surrounding volcanoes for thousands of years, it turned entirely black, as if made from obsidian glass. Still, contrasted against pristine white snow, its sublime beauty had only become more tantalizing. A titanic stone bridge spanned the vast chasm between the mountain and the volcano standing opposite it, connecting the two branches of the mountain chain like a road meant for giants. Its black pillars were decorated with intricate engravings, and the scale of the construct defied reason. These days, the members of the Song clan inhabited the frozen obsidian palace, while the titanic bridge had become a town for the awakened warriors, who could withstand the cold. The city itself had been built on the slopes of the volcano, where its warmth protected the mundane citizens of Ravenheart from the inhumanly harsh climate of the snowy region. They did not have to be wary of sudden eruptions, either, because Queen Song and her transcendent daughters could protect them from any disaster. Ravenheart was a harsh place, but it was also an incredibly beautiful place, and therefore, life here was harsh, but also thriving. The surrounding lands had long been cleared of the truly dangerous nightmare creatures, but they were more dangerous than the heartland of the dream realm, where Bastion stood. Many abominations still dwelled in the snowy mountains, and the environment itself was deadly for those unprepared to face its cruelty. At the same time, there was a lot of fertile soil in the lowlands, which had been generously fertilized by volcanic ash. There was also geothermal heat, countless hot springs, and precious minerals of all kinds everywhere around. The people who had been evacuated here from Antarctica found their lives turning stark and intense, but also intensely enjoyable. If one grew accustomed to the solemn and eerie power of Queen Song, of course, which they quickly had. In any case, there was endless work to be done, from plowing the ashen fields to mining mystical ores, to building a semblance of a modern infrastructure by using endless geothermal energy. And since there were many nightmare creatures dwelling in the mountains, there was also a dire need for someone to protect all these workers. Which was why Rain was buried in the ash, sweating as she waited motionlessly. She had been laying there for a few hours already, keeping absolutely still. Around 100 meters away from her, where the slope of the gorge rose sharply, a hideous creature was slowly dragging its body from between the cliffs. It resembled a scaled worm with 6 long, thin limbs, each ending with dagger-like claws. Its maw was a horrid circular mess of sharp, needle-like fangs. Damnation! She had expected a beast, but was faced with a monster instead. Granted, the stone worms were merely dormant abominations, but since Rain wasn't even a sleeper but a powerless, mundane human instead, that thing could rip her apart in a matter of seconds. No, not even seconds, a second. No wonder everyone calls me the crazy girl. I am indeed crazy. I'm crazy to have listened to you, mad bastard." If not for the nagging of her teacher, she would have long ago applied to return to the waking world, thus challenging the first nightmare and becoming an awakened. But no, he just had to insist that his student could only awaken naturally without becoming infected by the nightmare spell. And young and naive as she had been, she actually believed in his nonsense. Years had already passed, and yet she was still a mundane human. Granted, she could somewhat feel her essence now, which supposedly was the hardest step. Still, her teacher was without a doubt a brazen scam artist. Damn you, you damned ghost or vampire, or whatever the hell you are. As she was thinking that, a quiet voice suddenly resounded from behind her. Rain was startled, but remembering her training, remained absolutely motionless despite that. She didn't have to turn around to know that it was her shadow talking. It said, "You wouldn't be thinking something strange about me again, would you?" Stone worms had very bad hearing but could feel the smallest vibration spreading through the ground. She coughed quietly, then answered in a whisper, "What, of course not, respected teacher. Your pupil would never dare do something that disloyal." The quiet voice responded dubiously, "Really? Well, good, you should hurry up though. The wind is changing." Rain uttered a stifled curse and slowly rose to one knee. It was time to kill another dormant monster. How many have I killed already? More than any sleeper she knew, certainly, and more than many young awakened in Ravenheart as well, despite being mundane, but she still had to be extremely cautious. She couldn't allow a single mistake. It was just like how her teacher always said. One mistake was all it took to turn into a corpse, and becoming a corpse in Ravenheart was just too creepy. Granted, teacher would probably save her if something happened. Probably. Right. Chapter 16:25. Undergeared Rain rose to one knee in one smooth motion and raised her bow. Flakes of ash rained from it like black snow, dancing gracefully in the wind. In one heartbeat, she took out an arrow from her quiver and knocked it on the string. Another heartbeat, and she strained her muscles to draw the bow. The composite alloy resisted her pull, but swiftly surrendered to her strength and perfect form, both of which were the result of arduous training and countless hours of practice. Her bow was not a fancy memory weapon. It was quite mundane, made from alloy and filament more powerful than such weapons used to be, but nowhere near its enchanted counterparts. It was not a compound bow, either. More than that, even as far as recurve bows went, hers was on the weaker side. But there was nothing Rain could do about it. There were alloy bows of monstrous power out there, but they were meant to be used by the awakened. With her pitiful mundane strength, she wouldn't even be able to draw one, let alone do so swiftly and reliably. As for compound bows, while they offered increased draw weight and other advantages, that was only good on paper. In reality, there was more to a weapon than its power. How reliable was it? Was it easy to carry? Would it endure the wilds? Could it be cared for and maintained in harsh conditions? And so on. Awakened did not have to think about such things, but Rain did. And thanks to her teacher, she had learned all about these matters. Each piece of her equipment was picked out thoughtfully. Yeah, not at all because I simply can't use anything better. The inner layer of Rain's kit consisted of a military bodysuit, the kind the soldiers of the evacuation army had used in Antarctica. It could repair itself and regulate the temperature of her body, which was a necessity here in Ravenheart, where lethal cold and blistering heat somehow coexisted in appalling harmony. Granted, the self-repair function of the bodysuit was practically exhausted after years of extensive use, and she had had to patch it up by hand on several occasions. Her teacher was weirdly good with thread and needle, for some reason, imparting that knowledge on his reluctant student. She wore leather pants on top of the bodysuit, made from the hide of an awakened beast, as well as knee-high boots of the same material. The rest of her clothes consisted of a perfectly mundane Henley, wool vest, and a military jacket with a manually reinforced lining. There were a few pieces of armor supplementing her modest ensemble, as well alloy bracers and shin guards, a leather chest guard, and a jointed shoulder guard. The mundane armor was not nearly enough to protect her from the claws of nightmare creatures, but it was better than nothing. It could protect her from a glancing blow or two, at least. Wearing anything heavier would have just slowed her down without providing much additional protection. Rain was also wearing leather gloves, while her long winter coat was currently folded and hidden inside her pack. Needless to say, she felt bitter envy every time she saw young awakened gallivanting in suits of shiny enchanted armor. They didn't even need to wash their memories, let alone repair them by hand, not to mention the fact that their armor was much more durable. Focus. The stoneworm was almost 100 meters away. The ash was raining from the sky, making its figure vague and blurry. At least it was easy to tell the direction and strength of the wind. Hitting a target from such a distance was not an easy feat, but well within Rain's capability. However, she wasn't sure that she would be able to kill the abomination with one arrow. Her arrows were more potent than her bow. True, the arrowheads had been made from the fangs of an awakened beast, and were quite deadly as a result. But the stoneworms did not have an easily exploited vulnerability. There was no spot she could hit to bring the monster down immediately. The vile things were also terribly fast despite spending most of their lives underground. It would take the stoneworm a couple of seconds, 3 at most, to cover the 100 meters separating them, and another moment to rip her to shreds. It had already noticed her, too. Be calm. It was like her teacher always said. And don't you dare die, or I will kill you myself. As a respectful and dutiful pupil, Rain had no choice but to obey her teacher. She held her breath and took aim. Time slowed down to a crawl. Rain moved her bow slightly, accounting for the wind, and then relaxed her fingers, allowing them to slide off the string. Relieved from terrible tension, her alloy bow propelled the arrow forward with dire force. The string struck against her chest guard like a whip. The falling ash swirled, disturbed by the violent turbulence. 100 meters away, the stone worm toppled to the ground in a mess of long limbs. The arrow had dove into its circular maw, piercing the creature's brain. Sadly, stone worms had several independent brains. Before Rain had time to blink, the abomination rolled on the ground and shot toward her like a revolting flesh torpedo. It covered half of the distance between them in what felt like a split second. A cloud of ash rose into the air in its wake, spreading outward like a wave of boiling darkness. Before it could cover the remaining distance, though, a second arrow struck it. It had only taken Rain that long to draw her bow again, adjust her aim, and let the arrow fly. Even though hitting a moving target was endlessly more difficult, let alone such a fast one, the second arrow unerringly penetrated the creature's maw again. This time, it went in at a shallow angle, hitting the stone worm's spine. The abomination stumbled but continued barreling toward Rain. She blinked. Crap. Chapter 1626. The Incredible Adventures and Astonishing Deeds of Heroic Dreamer. Wait, who? What was his name? Abridged, Volume Roman 7. Dropping the bow, she hurriedly picked up a long javelin that had been laying under the ash. Rain's weapon of choice was a bow. However, that did not mean that she was only versed in using a bow. Her teacher insisted that a ranged weapon was only good if one could keep the enemy at range, and in the dream realm, not even saints could guarantee something like that. Therefore, she was proficient not only with ranged weapons, but also with a wide range of weapons. Rain was nothing if not resourceful. By the time she grabbed the javelin and jumped to her feet, the stone worm was almost upon her. With fetid blood spilling from its torn maw, the horrid creature raised its front limbs to slice her into pieces, and suddenly disappeared from view. The pit Rain had dug up and covered with branches might not have been deep, but it was perfectly placed to stop the charge of a mindless monster. There was a great benefit in being able to handle a multitude of weapons, but there was an even greater benefit in always being prepared. Her teacher had hammered that simple principle into her head a long time ago. Before the stone worm could recover from suddenly dropping through the ash, the heavy javelin struck it with all the force she could muster. Its white scales were broken by the wide spearhead, and the abominable monster let out a piercing screech. Rain paled a little and finally drew her sword. The enemy was severely wounded, but it was not dead yet. A mess of hideous flesh and thin limbs staggered out of the pit, only to be met by the blade of the Takai. Rain severed the front limbs of the sluggish monster, then delivered a ruthless slash across its scaly neck, putting a gash into it. A few more precise strikes and well-timed dodges, and the abomination finally grew motionless. Only half of its vile body managed to crawl out of the shallow pit and was now laying on the ash. Rain slumped and grabbed her knees, panting heavily. Her lungs were burning and a river of adrenaline coursing through her blood. Damn it! Then a voice resounded from behind her. "You have slain a dormant monster, stone worm. Your shadow grows stronger." Turning around, she threw a dark look at her teacher, who had finally deigned to crawl out of her shadow in all his shameless splendor. "What the hell are you on about?" The young man, who was standing behind her, wearing light armor woven out of dark silk, looked away in embarrassment. Don't mind me. Just something I used to hear often." Rain took a deep breath and turned away with a stoic expression on her pale but beautiful face. "I am definitely going to kill him one day." Was it possible to kill a ghost? Rain's teacher was a strange existence. Usually he resided in her shadow, only showing up when no one else was around. At first, she thought that she had gone insane and was hallucinating, but after spending some time with the mysterious apparition, Rain slowly realized that it was real. And not only that, but also immensely powerful. Luckily, the apparition was mostly benevolent and did not seem to harbor any ill will toward her. On the contrary, he treated Rain with something that resembled familial affection. It was almost as if he was the spirit of her distant ancestor. She did not think that her family had such an ancestor, though. But then again, Rain was adopted and didn't know much about her biological parents. So, it might have been possible that there was an eccentric dark deity in her family tree. Her teacher did indeed look a little bit like her. A much more glamorous, handsome, and male version of her, to be precise, even if he was on the shorter side. In any case, her teacher, who called himself Shadow, was a strange being. When he emerged from her shadow, he looked like a young man with flawless alabaster skin, raven black hair, and beautiful eyes that resembled two pieces of glistening onyx. His exquisite appearance was perfectly human, if a bit too sublime. That said, her teacher did not have a shadow of his own. He also avoided mirrors like a plague, to the point that she was prohibited from having any in her vicinity. So, although Rain couldn't confirm it, she suspected that he did not have a reflection either, which led her to believe that her teacher was a vampire. He wasn't afraid of sunlight, though, and did not seem interested in drinking her blood, or any blood for that matter. In short, even after spending 4 years in the company of her teacher, Rain still had no idea what he was. Any attempt to ask him questions about his identity resulted in nonsensical answers that simply couldn't be taken seriously. Like, "Teacher, please tell me, who are you really? Haven't I told you already? Gods, how many times do I have to repeat it? I am your long-lost brother." I'm pretty sure I would remember having an older brother. You would assume so, wouldn't you? But you see, after I killed the evil version of myself and reached the estuary of the River of Time, which flows inside the Great Pyramid that a dreadful demon had built from the blood and flesh of an unholy titan, I was attacked by a vile, odious, very nasty, no-good bird and had my fate stolen. So no one in the world remembers me. Oh, but before that I was very famous. Not only was I famous, but even my secret alter ego was famous. World-renowned, even. I was a war hero, too, and extremely wealthy. In fact, do you know Princess Nephise, changing star of the immortal Flame Clan? I was practically her boyfriend. Or teacher, can I ask you a question? How old are you exactly? You certainly can. That's a complicated question. One might say that I am a few years older than you. But at the same time, this incarnation of me has only been born about 4 years ago. Oh, but actually, I guess I'm thousands of years old. I've just forgotten most of it after my cursed magical sword rebelled against me and I had to destroy it as well as my memories. A cursed magical sword, how did you destroy it? Well, I just told it to be gone, and it was gone. Your teacher is that awesome. Or, teacher, tell me the truth, you're not an evil god, are you? Of course not. Really? Sure, I mean. The blood of an ancient demon does flow in my veins, and I did devour the alabaster phalanx of a nebulous deity after being cast down into the darkness of a bottomless abyss. And technically, I am indeed the master of a lightless fragment that was torn from a divine realm. But an evil god, preposterous. I see. I mean, I am a demigod at best. In short, after a while, Rain had stopped asking questions. She felt that, even if she had not gone mad yet, she definitely would if she continued. So she just lived her life and endured the harsh training, as well as the odd and eerie quirks of her mysterious teacher. Despite blaming him for not getting a chance to challenge the first nightmare, Rain knew that his guidance had saved her life on numerous occasions. She had grown much stronger and more capable under his mentorship, too. After a while, she had grown accustomed to his company, and even found comfort in it. Not right now, though. Right now, she was seriously considering exorcising him. Hey, Rain, why are you spacing out? She flinched and looked at her teacher, feeling slightly embarrassed. He shook his head. Go on, harvest that stone worm before the queen takes it. Rain stared at the revolting corpse of the dead abomination, sighed, and jumped down into the pit. Pulling a sharp hunting knife from the sheath attached to the small of her back, she grimaced and got to work, mumbling, before the queen takes it. Ha! Why would she take a measly stone worm? As if she has need of such a weak and ugly servant. Chapter 1627, Hunting Spoils. Despite the fact that Rain's clash with the stone worm had only lasted a dozen seconds, she was tired. Not only because she had tracked the creature down for a long time first, spending hours to prepare the ambush, but also because those few seconds of absolute mental concentration and daunting physical exertion took a lot out of her. That was how it went every time. If a mundane human wanted to face a nightmare creature, anything less than giving it your all, and then some, meant death. Not that there were a lot of mundanes going out of their way to fight abominations, not a lot of those who lived to tell the tale, at least. In that sense, Rain was an anomaly. Sadly, the harsh physical demands of the hunt were not over after her prey was dead. Grimacing, Rain gripped her sharp hunting knife and went about dressing the stone worm. Its flesh was wiry and tough. Its scales were even tougher. Even with her knife having been forged from mystical steel, it took all of Rain's strength to rend the dead abomination. Especially because she didn't want to become drenched in its blood, not only because that would have been icky, but also because the stench of blood could attract other nightmare creatures. Curse it all. She worked up a sweat, eventually taking off her jacket and vest and rolling up the sleeves of her Henley. The ash continued to rain from the sky, smearing her ivory skin like black ink. Her teacher, meanwhile, sat comfortably on a rock and observed her with a content expression, not even trying to help. Bastard. Cursing again. Rain, a proper young lady should act with modesty, poise, and decorum. Ah, you were such a well-mannered girl when we met. Where did you even pick up these bad habits? Who taught you such foul language? Tell me, and I'll beat the crap out of the damned bastard. She paused for a moment, glared at him, and then returned to her work without saying a word. Stop pouting. I'm not pouting. Rain collected the abomination's sharp fangs, those could be used to fashion arrowheads, then moved to its limbs and separated the stone-like blades from the joints. The blades could be sold in Ravenheart for a good price or bartered for other materials. However, the true treasure was the hide of the stone worm. Although it was merely a dormant monster, the scales of these creatures were lightweight and tough. The awakened who had not earned a good armor-type memory yet often used them to fashion scale mail. Those with plenty of coins could afford something better, of course, but there were many of those who couldn't. And when the latter got in trouble, their armor needed to be mended with even more scales. Therefore, there was always demand for stone worms' hides. Rain herself had worn such a scale mill armor at one point, but after hunting an awakened beast, she switched to equipment made from its leather. So she could earn a pretty penny by selling this hide. It was just that harvesting it was a tough and dirty process. She arduously separated the hide from the flesh of the monster, cleaned it the best she could, and rolled it into a hefty sack. Tying the sack with rope, she grimaced and rubbed it with ash to get rid of the smell. Then she retrieved her 2 arrows. After studying them for a few moments, Rain sighed. One could be repaired, but the other was unsalvageable. Her arsenal of arrows was growing dangerously poor. There were plenty of them in the quiver, but only a few of those made from the fangs of the awakened beast remained. She cleaned the intact arrow and put it aside. Finally, for the most important part, fishing out 2 gleaming crystals from the remains of the stone worm, Rain looked at her teacher and smiled. "Shall I?" He raised his white hands and applauded her quietly. "Go ahead. Good kill." Rain pushed what remained of the hideous carcass into the pit with her foot, then knelt and placed the crystals on a flat rock. She often saw awakened crush soul shards in their fists, but her mundane hands bruised terribly if she tried. So instead, she simply brought the butt of her knife down on them. The crystals shattered, and she felt an almost imperceptible amount of foreign essence trickle into her soul. It was a strange sensation, and one she had only become able to perceive recently. Her teacher seemed satisfied, and she was, too. "Teacher, how long do you think it will be before I can attempt forming a soul core?" He studied her for a few moments, then smiled. "Soon. You can already sense and control your essence, so it won't be long before it awakens." However, a soft sigh escaped from his lips. "Something tells me that it is not soon enough, so we'll need to hurry up. You have to hunt another awakened abomination, a strong one as well." Rain shivered, remembering the last time she faced an awakened nightmare creature. That clash had almost cost her life. Had that thing not been strong in her teacher's eyes, she gave him a long look. "You know that we can simply buy an awakened soul shard or few. It will be expensive, sure, but my parents can help." "Wait, actually, why do we need to buy them? Teacher, you're so great and awesome. Just do your thing. Tell a bunch of powerful abominations to be gone and let me collect the shards." He stared at her dubiously and coughed. "Well, sure, you're right. Your teacher is awesome. I can kill the abominations for you." Rain's eyes gleamed. "Really?" But he was not done talking. "And while I'm at it, why don't I awaken for you as well? Should I also feed you from a spoon like a little baby?" He scoffed. "Let me tell you, a baby I knew transcended before learning how to walk, and he didn't even have me as a teacher. Come to think of it, what's your excuse? What do you have to say for yourself?" Rain glared at him hatefully, then looked away. "Forget I said anything." She cleaned her weapons, sheathed her knife, and fastened the rolled hide of the stone worm to her pack. Finally ready to depart, Rain hoisted the pack on her shoulders and started to walk. It was time to head back to Ravenheart. Chapter 1628. Weary Pilgrim. Rain made a point of using light equipment, and yet she carried considerable weight. There were her clothes and armor, her bow, a quiver of arrows, the javelin she used, her sword, the hunting knife attached to her belt, and another knife hidden in her boot. There was also plenty of stuff in her pack, and attached to her pack everything she needed to hunt and survive in the wilderness. It would have been nice to simply summon and dismiss all these things when she needed them, but alas, Rain couldn't use memories. She couldn't even really use the memories that someone else had summoned and handed to her, because her soul did not have a core, and she was not a carrier of the nightmare spell. Weighed down by the additional burden of the stone worm's hide and fangs, Rain felt miserable. It didn't help at all that Ravenheart was situated in the mountains. She was currently at the bottom of a deep gorge, not too far from the relatively flat area at the foot of the mountain chain, where the farms feeding the city were located. There was a long and tough climb ahead of her. Using the javelin as a staff, Rain slowly made her way out of the gorge. Luckily, she was in good shape, amazing shape, really. Her lithe and resilient body had been tempered by years of relentless training and was pretty much at the very limit of what mundane humans could achieve. In the past, Rain had trained extensively with private tutors. She had thought that her physical condition was stellar back then. She had known nothing. Under her teacher's harsh and prudent guidance, her physical state entered an entirely new territory. Her youthful body was strong, tenacious, and as nimble as that of a cat. Even the most elite athletes would have been rattled and green with envy if they witnessed what she was capable of, not that it mattered. Any awakened could still blow her away with one half-hearted slap. Whatever. Sometimes, Rain was angry at her teacher for prohibiting her from challenging the first nightmare, but at the same time she was thankful to him, not for her own sake but on behalf of her parents. They had already lost one child to the nightmare spell. If she was alone, Rain would have gladly risked her life for the chance of becoming an awakened, but she could not bear the thought of putting her mom and dad through that suffering again. So her teacher's promise to help her awaken without having to challenge a nightmare was like a glimmer of light in a sea of darkness. In any case, even though climbing mountains in terrible weather while carrying a heavy load was hard and miserable, she had long grown accustomed to it. As Rain ascended higher and higher, her teacher walked side by side with her, going over the events of the hunt. She had performed well and managed to kill the stone worm without sustaining any injuries, but there were still things that could have been done better, and things that could have been done differently. Maybe I shouldn't sell the blades we harvested from the stone worm. Next time, I can place them at the bottom of the pit like spikes. That's a good idea, but don't rely on traps too much. This time, the bastard ran straight, but next time you might not get so lucky. What were you going to do if the worm bypassed your pit? Retreat to lure him into the second pit, of course. And anyway, was it really luck? I investigated the slope and found the wormholes, chose an ambush spot and dug pits between the former and the latter. Beasts are stupid, so the enemy would have gone after me using the shortest path. Sure, it turned out to be a monster, a bit smarter but still pretty dumb. What do you think luck is, brat? Luck is not something that just happens to you, it's something that you make happen. Believe me, I would know. I used to be the luckiest person in the world. Unluckiest, too. Soon, Rain climbed high enough to escape the raining ash. The scorching heat was replaced by merciless cold, and the black soot was replaced by pristine snow. A strong wind rose, chilling her to the bone and almost tossing her off the slope. Cursing, Rain shivered and hurriedly took her coat out of the pack, wrapping herself in its warmth and pulling the fur hood down. The coat, too, was fashioned from the hide of the awakened beast she had hunted, so it was enough to protect her from the fatal cold of the mountains. Buttoning up the tall collar to shield her face, she lifted the pack and turned to look at her teacher. He was standing a few meters away, wearing nothing but his light armor. Nevertheless, he was not showing any sign of being bothered by the cold, which only went further to solidify Rain's conviction that her teacher was some kind of unholy wraith. His gaze was strangely solemn. Turning to look in the same direction, she suddenly noticed a dark silhouette slowly moving through the snowstorm. Rain tensed for a moment, but then relaxed, noticing that it was a human. A moment later, the the strong wind died down, and the blizzard ended just as suddenly as it had begun. She waved a hand and headed toward the stranger. "Hey, are you lost?" However, her hand froze in the air. Something was wrong. Why hadn't her teacher disappeared into the shadows? He never showed himself when other people were around. Her javelin was already rising when she finally got a good look at the approaching stranger. It was a young woman 3 or 4 years younger than herself. A teenager, really. Just like her teacher, she was only wearing a suit of light armor which was torn and turned dark with frozen blood. Her skin was so pale that it looked blue like that of a corpse, and her steps were slow and clumsy. Her eyes were like frosty glass, devoid of any light, and her face was like a mask carved out of ice. She was dead. "Don't disturb her." Her teacher's voice was glum. Rain grew quiet, lowering her javelin, and then took a step back to let the dead girl pass. A tiny sigh escaped from her lips. The closer the walking corpse drew, the better she could see the terrible wounds covering her frigid body. Eventually, unable to look, Rain turned away and furtively rubbed her eyes. The dead girl walked past them without showing any reaction, her bruised pale face motionless, and slowly disappeared into the swirling snow. A few moments later, the wind erased her footprints as if she had never existed. Rain and her teacher were left alone on the snowy slope. She sighed. The winter solstice had just passed recently. Is she one of this year's sleepers?" He nodded. "She must have died on the way to a citadel, so the queen took her." Rain remained silent for a while, then sighed again. Queen Song held authority over death, so anything that died in her domain was taken by her. It wasn't rare to see the dead pilgrims walking through the snow. For some, the journey was long, for some, the journey was short. After reaching Ravenheart, they entered the ice caves under the palace and became the queen's servants. Queen Song was the queen of the living, but she was also the queen of the dead. That was why people in the Sword domain derisively called her the Queen of Worms. That nickname was preposterous, of course. There were no worms in the ice halls, where the cold was so terrible that only the dead could survive. Rain stared in the direction where the taken girl had disappeared, considering if she should follow her. Following a pilgrim was safer, because nightmare creatures tended to avoid them. But in the end, she decided to continue on her way. Seeing the dead girl was just too unnerving, because the perished sleeper reminded Rain of her own insolent aspirations to become a carrier of the nightmare spell against her teacher's wishes. If she had, would she have ended up walking frozen through the snow, too? Chapter 1629, Roads to the Future. Eventually, Rain reached one of the roads leading from the lowlands to the city. These mountain roads had been in use from before the Chain of Nightmares. It was hard to remember now after the population of Ravenheart exploded to many millions, but it had been a great citadel even prior to that. The roads leading to the Great Bridge and the beautiful palace beyond it were actually thousands of years old. Granted, they had been in a state of desolation and disrepair when the Song clan made the ancient citadel their home. The awakened of the Great Legacy clan had restored them to their former glory, and the whole network was further expanded to account for the increased traffic in the past 4 years. Now, heavily protected road crews were far away from the citadel, building safe highways to other cities within the Song domain. Many awakened with utility aspects were participating in the construction, and many warriors were employed to defend the moving builder camps from the roving nightmare creatures. Rain had even tried to get hired for one of the crews, but no one wanted to employ a mundane fighter. The best they could do was remain polite and not laugh in her face. She couldn't really blame them. In any case, now that she had reached the wide and well-maintained road, the rest of the ascent would become much easier. There was probably a metaphor about the unnecessary hardships of walking the untrodden path somewhere in there, but Rain wasn't going to start complaining to her teacher again. He had retreated into her shadow anyway, unwilling to be seen by other people. Rain rested for a bit, quenched her thirst from a military canteen, and continued on her way. There were many people on the road. Workers descending into the lowlands or returning from their shifts, song warriors on patrols, caravans loaded with heavy cargo. Life was thriving, and the young city was boiling with activity. Rain had grown up in the vast human jungle of NQSC, so Ravenheart did not seem that large in comparison. However, it somehow felt much more vibrant. Its atmosphere was entirely different, as though everyone here was looking forward to the future, instead of trying not to think about it while being afraid of the past. 4 years ago, she did not understand the decision her parents had made to relocate the whole family, including her younger siblings, into the dream realm. Sure, her father had been offered a new position as one of the government liaisons in the Song domain, which was technically a big promotion. But was it worth it to uproot the family, abandon the safety and modern convenience of NQSC, and tie the lives of their children to the dream realm? Returning to the waking world or leaving the domain meant being sent into the first nightmare after all. No matter how well prepared you were, it was a deadly gamble. When Rain asked her parents why they wanted to move to Ravenheart, her father had answered simply, "Because that is where the future is." Now, she thought she understood what he had meant. The future of humanity was indeed here. Currently, the waking world was incomparably more populous and developed than the dream realm, but in a generation or two, their positions would be reversed. Eventually, the dying birthplace of humanity might even be entirely abandoned, making this harsh and dreadful world their only home, and those who had left the cradle early would have an advantage in that future. So, the decision her parents had made was ultimately for the sake of Rain and her siblings. It was all to give them a head start, if humanity can even survive in the dream realm, which was not a given, despite the power of the two sovereigns. She sighed and stepped aside to let a heavy wagon roll past her. Some of these wagons were being pulled by Awakened, who were much stronger and more resilient than any beast of burden could be, while some were not. The one rolling past Rain was being pulled by a nightmare creature. A hideous beast that resembled a nightmarish fusion of a carnivorous bull and a horned reptile was attached to a harness, dragging the wagon behind it. There were no draft animals in the dream realm or any other kind of cattle. However, here in Ravenheart, nightmare creatures were often used to pull wagons, plow the fields, and perform all kinds of labor-intensive or dangerous jobs. It was all thanks to Saint Song Yunbin, better known as Beastmaster. Funnily enough, the most terrifying of Kai Song's daughters had also done the most to ease the lives of the citizens of Ravenheart. If not for her, the development of the city and the Song domain as a whole would have never been as fast or as explosive. Of course, it was still a bit creepy to be around the subjugated nightmare creatures, and one had to be cautious around them. Even enchanted by Beastmaster, they were dangerous beasts, so each had to be watched over by a trained handler. Looking at the wagon roll away, Rain sighed. Saint Yunbin is amazing. Her teacher's voice resounded from the shadows, sounding a bit wistful. "Oh, Beastmaster. Well, she's not bad, you know. She once asked me to run away with her. Of course, I refused. Your teacher is not someone who can be swayed by a pretty face." Rain gave her shadow a dubious glance but kept her remarks to herself. Grimacing, she carried her heavy pack and continued forward. The closer to the city she got, the more crowded the road became. There were more Awakened patrolling it, too, some even accompanied by echoes. The temperature slowly rose until it was warm enough for her to take off her coat. She even unbuttoned her jacket. By the time the distant cold sun was ready to disappear behind the horizon, Rain finally reached her destination. In front of her, built on the slope of the tall volcano, stood the gates of Ravenheart. Chapter 16:30 Ravenheart. From where Rain stood on the slope, She could see most of the city. Ravenheart was separated into 3 distinct districts. The largest by far was sprawled on the dark slope of the fuming volcano, protected from the merciless cold by its heat. This was where millions of mundane humans lived. Their homes were mostly built from black stone, so it seemed as though the entire city was a part of the mountain, intricately carved from its slope by some divine being. The second district was built on the grandiose stone bridge that stretched over a bottomless chasm toward a distant snowy mountain. It was much smaller than the first one, but still rather large. That bridge was home to most of the awakened citizens of Ravenheart, since only they could survive the bitter cold and the strong winds blowing across it. And finally, a sublime palace that seemed to be cut from obsidian glass stood at the opposite end of the great bridge. The palace was visible from anywhere in Ravenheart when the weather was good, its dark and ethereal beauty never failing to take one's breath away. That was where Queen Song and her clan lived, and where the gateway to the waking world was located. The Dream Gate, meanwhile, was located directly opposite the palace, on the slope of the volcano behind the mundane district. Supply shipments and new settlers arrived from it almost every day, lured by the promise of a better life. Rain spent a few moments enjoying the view of the city, then hurried to the gate. She couldn't wait to reach her den and climb under a warm blanket. There were a few familiar faces preparing to leave the city just as she was returning. A group of young awakened were gathered in front of the gate, all clad in enchanted armor and wielding memory weapons. A few of the young men seemed to be paying rapt attention to her. Rain sighed. These guys again. Her teacher didn't say anything, but she could feel an almost palpable scorn radiating from her shadow. One of the young awakened waved at her and smiled. Rain, coming back from a hunt, she lingered, trying to come up with a polite way to avoid a conversation. Sadly, her mind was blank. Eventually, Rain forced out a pale smile. Oh yeah, I tracked down the nightmare creature that has been harassing one of the farms recently. A stone worm. Yeah, it's dead. The young man stared at her somewhat intensely, wearing an expression that she struggled to discern. Why does he always stare at me? I'm crazy, I know. No need to make your distaste so obvious. To add insult to injury, the guy was very handsome, like all awakened were. He used to be one of the mundane humans that had relocated to Ravenheart like her, but challenged the first nightmare last year. Being more or less the same age, they had known each other before a little. But now there was a great divide between their status and social standing. Is there something on my face? The young awakened coughed and awkwardly looked away. And no. We are just leaving to patrol. Anyway, good to see you. Oh, is that a stone worm hide? I was actually hoping to purchase some scales. Do you want to meet tomorrow, maybe? I have some spare coin to spend. Rain gave him a strange look. The guy was clearly wearing a full suit of enchanted armor. From the look of it, it was an awakened memory and of a high tier at that. Why the hell would he need stone worm scales? He noticed her expression and coughed again. It's for a friend of mine, a friend. Weirdo, Rain shrugged. Aren't you going on a patrol? You won't be back for at least a week. Sorry, I don't want my house to reek like a slaughterhouse, so I'll sell the hide tomorrow on the market. The young man blinked. Oh, right. She shook her head, nodded at him, and walked away. As Rain was leaving, though, she heard the awakened whispering among each other. Who was that? Why is she wearing trash? Does she have no memories? You don't know? That's crazy Rain. She's a mundane girl who goes around hunting nightmare creatures. What? No way. It's true. You only awakened this year, so you don't know. She's infamous here in Ravenheart, actually. Some say that she has killed more abominations than all of us combined. No one knows why she's still alive, but she is. Damn. Too bad she's a lunatic. Both of you shut up. Yeah, shut up and don't call her a lunatic. She might hear. Rain walked away, leaving the annoying whispers behind. Passing through the city gates, she pursed her lips and complained to her teacher. Why do those guys always stare at me and try to stir up trouble? Can't they just leave me alone? Her teacher answered in an incredulous tone. You don't know. Rain raised an eyebrow. Know what? There was a long pause, and then her teacher chuckled. They stare at you because you're pretty. There's no one prettier than my little sister. She couldn't help but burst into laughter, making a few people give her strange looks. Right. Perhaps talking to myself in the middle of the street is not the best idea, especially considering that they already think I'm crazy. Rain shook her head derisively. Who, me? There are thousands of female awakened in Ravenheart, and each of them is prettier than me. I doubt an awakened guy would ever give me a second look. Of course, she knew that she was. Not too bad, really, appearance-wise, by mundane standards, but the effect of the awakening on one's body was simply too great. Ah, they all have such smooth and silky skin, and no calluses. A weathered brute like me cannot compete, her teacher scoffed quietly in the shadows. Gods, how dense are you, girl? He remained silent for a few moments and then suddenly gasped. Wait, I Candy Cafe. There was another long pause and then a dejected sigh. We are definitely siblings. Chapter 16, 31 Hidden Menace. The outer wall of the mundane district was thick and tall. Rain passed through the gateway, still thinking about what her teacher had said. Pretty. I'm pretty. He was teasing me, right? That scoundrel. Maybe if he allowed me to have a mirror at home, I wouldn't have had to ask. Her thoughts were interrupted by an awakened warrior who suddenly appeared in her way. His equipment was visibly more potent than that of the young men and women whom she had met outside, and his face was much more mature. Unlike those inexperienced greenhorns, he was a true warrior of song. This way, please. Rain obediently followed the awakened to the side, where a cohort of veterans like him was keeping a watchful eye on everyone entering the city. They were led by a stunningly beautiful woman wearing an enchanted robe of fine wine-colored silk. A master. There was no sign of Rain's teacher, as if he had dove deeper into the shadows. She approached the beautiful woman and bowed respectfully. The Ascended smiled. Oh, it's you, little sister. Rain, was it? Please don't move. A torrent of ethereal sparks swirled around her hand, and a red flower appeared on her palm. Its dark petals seemed to be glistening with dew, and it emanated a pleasant fragrance. The woman raised her hand as if offering the flower to Rain. Of course, Rain did not take it. Instead, she froze and looked at the crimson blossom solemnly. A few moments passed in tense silence, then a few more. She glanced at the beautiful master. The woman was still smiling, but her eyes were cold and full of dark something. Murder math. That's what her teacher called it. Rain remembered the strange term well, because he often lamented the fact that she seemed to lack that cold quality, whatever it was. In any case, the powerful Ascended was calmly calculating how to kill her should the need arise. It was more than a little bit unnerving. Luckily, nothing of the sort ended up happening. A dozen seconds later, the Ascended smile finally reached her eyes. Moving her hand, she dismissed the red flower and gestured for Rain to leave. Welcome back. Have a nice evening. Rain bowed one more time and walked away. Internally, she sighed. The strange meeting was actually not strange at all. It was something that everyone entering Ravenheart or any other citadel in the Song domain, she would imagine, had to go through. The Sword domain had their own version of the ritual, and there were versions of it in the waking world as well. Its purpose was to prevent the dreadful Bane, Skinwalker, from infiltrating more human settlements. Although all other abominable things that had invaded the waking world during the Chain of Nightmare were either slain or remained in Antarctica, Skinwalker was different. It had entered the siege capitals by pretending to be human before the dream gates were even opened. Once there, Skinwalker spread like a curse. There were little details about how it had been stopped, but Rain heard that the government forces led by Wake of Ruin and the great clans had joined forces to eradicate the creature. The sovereigns emerged, and Lady Nephi's returned from the third nightmare with 5 other saints just in time. Eventually, they managed to prevent Skinwalker from spreading to the rest of the quadrants, but they had not managed to destroy it completely. Today, Skinwalker was like a nightmare that haunted all of humanity. Its vessels were somewhere out there, in the shadows, hiding in the vast reaches of the dream realm or in the poisonous wilds of the waking world. Worst of all, the creature had learned and adapted, its act becoming almost indistinguishable from normal humans. Several citadels had already fallen after being infiltrated by Skinwalker, and if rumors were true, several cities in the eastern quadrant had as well. That was why there were new security measures everywhere humans lived, aimed at preventing similar tragedies from happening again. Apart from the appearance of the Dream Gates and the great wave of colonization that followed, the existence of Skinwalker had caused the single most significant change, perhaps, in how humans lived after the chain of nightmares. So, Rain didn't mind being checked while entering Ravenheart. If she had indeed been taken by the harrowing fiend, the flower the beautiful master summoned would have wilted, alerting her to the presence of a pretender. There was one thing she did not quite understand, though. Once Rain walked far enough from the gate, she whispered, "Teacher, can I ask you a question?" The answer came almost immediately. "You sure can." She lingered for a moment. "What would they have done if I was truly a vessel of Skinwalker? A cohort of awakened and a single master, no matter how powerful she is, a great nightmare creature can wipe them out in seconds. They would have stood no chance." This time, there was a longer pause before her teacher answered. "Have you noticed a bronze mirror installed on the wall behind them?" Rain nodded. "Sure, there are mirrors like that everywhere in Ravenheart," he sighed. "They would have asked the mirror to help. That is already more than you should know, so don't ask anything else." Rain couldn't help but throw a startled glance at her shadow. They would have asked the mirror to help. Don't tell me. Did her teacher's irrational fear of mirrors have an actual reason behind it? Unsure what to think, Rain dove into the bustling labyrinth of Ravenheart streets. Since the mundane district was sprawled on the slope of the volcano, it was divided into many vertical levels not unlike the terrace neighborhood in NQSC where she had grown up. Granted, the terraces that had been carved on the black slope were of a much greater scale, supporting numerous buildings and housing millions of people. The lower levels were where most of the work took place, while the higher levels were mostly residential. Additionally, the more affluent neighborhoods were situated closer to the Great Bridge, while the poorer ones were situated further from it. Rain's parents lived in one of the former, while her own den was in one of the latter. Actually, it was not too far from the city gate, which felt like a blessing today. Dead tired, Rain found her way home, unlocked the door, and finally dropped the heavy pack. A few minutes later, she crawled under her warm fur blanket and closed her eyes. The moment her head hit the pillow, all thoughts disappeared from it. Rain yawned, curled into a ball, and said drowsily, "Good night, teacher." He responded a moment later, "You too, sleep tight." Her teacher's familiar voice was like a lullaby. Knowing that he would protect her if anything happened at night, Rain allowed herself to relax and comfortably fell into the embrace of sleep. Chapter 1632. New developments. Rain was woken up by the delicious smell of breakfast. She spent a few minutes in sweet drowsiness, enjoying the warmth of her bed and the softness of her pillow, then yawned and sat up. Immediately after, she winced. Ouch! Her whole body was sore, which was not at all unfamiliar but still unpleasant. The rigors of hunting nightmare creatures were not something a mundane body could handle easily, so she needed a few days of rest to recover from the fatigue. Unlike the awakened, who could bounce back from straining themselves to the extreme in a matter of hours. Whimpering pitifully, Rain climbed from under the furs and performed a few simple stretching exercises. When her stiff muscles relaxed a little, she sighed and finally went to the makeshift kitchen situated at the opposite side of her den, where the tantalizing aroma of freshly cooked food was coming from. Rain's lair consisted of one rather spacious room and a modest bathroom. It was mostly below ground and did not get a lot of light, since the only window was situated near the ceiling. As a result, most of the space was drowning in deep shadows. It was also one of the reasons why the rent was so cheap. Her bed took one of the corners, while the kitchen took another. The largest portion of the room was used for training, and lastly, the whole part near the entrance was meant for storing hunting spoils. The workbench where she mended her belongings and crafted new equipment was also there, littered with various tools, materials, and feathers for fletching arrows. It was a bit messy, and a bit too Spartan. Few people would have wanted to live in a place like that, and Rain wasn't really living here either. Her time was usually divided equally between the den and her much more comfortable family home. Staying with her parents was nicer, but having a place of her own also felt good, not to mention provided endless convenience. She wouldn't want her mom and dad to faint every time she came back to Ravenheart caked in blood and covered in bruises. They were already very disapproving of every decision she had made in the past few years. But what could she do? She couldn't really say that her shadow talked to her, teaching her how to kill nightmare creatures and telling her to do strange things. Rain was already an adult and could make her own decisions now anyway. She was 20. Eat your breakfast before it gets cold, young lady, and don't forget your vegetables. Her teacher's voice made Rain flinch. Pouting slightly, she sat down at the counter and moved the plate closer. Her sour expression did not last, though, swiftly replaced by delight. Rain was very hungry after the hunt in just a few minutes. All the delicious things her teacher had prepared were gone. Putting the utensils down, Rain said sedately, "Thank you, teacher." He was surprisingly good at cooking for an evil deity. Rain never saw her teacher eat, but she suspected that he was secretly a gourmet. Was that the reason he had chosen to haunt her? Because she stupidly recommended him a good brand of instant ramen once. A cold voice scoffed from the shadows, sounding a little bashful nevertheless. "What are you thanking me for? Proper nutrition is also a part of good training." "This is actually nothing. Let me tell you, when I was about your age, I was dining on great monsters." After hearing that last part, Rain almost choked on water and glanced at her shadow fearfully. He's joking. He must be joking. Is he joking?" She stared at the shadow for a few moments, then hurriedly turned away. Some time later, Rain left her den carrying the hide of the stone worm. She had left most of her weapons behind, but kept the takai in a scabbard at her belt. No matter how safe the streets of Ravenheart were, she never parted with her sword. There were a few errands Rain had to run. First, she went to the town hall of the mundane district to report the completion of the mission. The stone worm had been harassing the farmers in the lowlands for a few weeks, so there was a reward set by the authorities for its extermination, which Rain now received with a wide smile. There were a lot of tasks and missions issued by the town hall every day. Most issues were handled by the retainers of the royal clan or the servants of one of the vassal clans, but there were always things they didn't have time or numbers to handle promptly. Therefore, anyone could take on a task or two and receive a corresponding reward. The town hall also handled many private missions, so there was never a lack of opportunities for unaffiliated talents. Of course, only Awakened took the combat missions. Unsurprisingly, Rain turned heads every time she came here, and every clerk knew her by name. She had long learned to ignore the stares. After receiving the reward, Rain studied the mission board for a while. She was not in a hurry to take on a new task, but it was a good way to stay informed about what was happening in and around the city. A new road crew. Strange. It seemed that the royal clan was assembling a new road construction crew, but its scale seemed much greater than all the previous ones. The pay was also much higher, which made the offer extremely alluring. However, it seemed like hazard pay. The description implied a higher than usual danger level of the new job. Strangely enough, there was no mention of what region of the dream realm the new road was meant to connect to. More than that, from what Rain knew, there were already crews building roads to all neighboring citadels. So, where would this new one lead exactly? In any case, that was none of her business. Rain had no intention of trying to get hired as a worker, and no one would employ her as a guard. Still, a lot of Awakened would probably leave the city once the construction started, so that was something to account for. Deep in thought, she left the town hall and headed to the lower levels of the district, where the largest market was located. Descending a set of steep stairs cut into the dark slope of the volcano, she asked in a confused tone, "Teacher, doesn't that new road crew seem strange? Where are they building a road to?" He remained silent for a while, then laughed quietly. "Strange? No, not at all. As for where they are going, that's simple enough to guess. They are going east." Rain frowned. East. There was nothing much east of Ravenheart, only the death zones. Granted, the sword domain lay beyond them, but that didn't change the fact. What was the point of building a road to a wild and deadly region of the dream realm? Her teacher was not making any sense, which, admittedly, happened quite often. He's just trying to sound smart to cover up his lack of knowledge. How clumsy. Smiling, Rain shook her head and continued descending the stairs. Chapter 1633. Public sentiment. The market was a large and lively place. Numerous stalls were set up in the open, with more respectable storefronts visible here and there. Almost anything could be bought here, starting with materials harvested from the carcasses of nightmare creatures and ending with rare items brought over from the waking world via the dream gate. Weapons, home appliances, fashionable clothes, crafting tools, whatever one needed, it could probably be found here. Of course, items of true quality were sold in other, more exclusive places. Some of the elite shops were not even situated in the mundane district, so potential customers had to brave the chilling cold of the bridge or send awakened retainers to complete the purchase. Still, most citizens of Ravenheart visited the market when they needed something. Rain knew the place well, and swiftly made her way to the area where the harvested materials were sold. After haggling with a familiar merchant, she sold off the stone worm hide and weighed her coin purse in her hand, full of satisfaction. With this payment and the reward she had received in the town hall, Rain was flush with money. Best of all, she had managed to bring the stone worm down without suffering any wounds, so she didn't even need to hire a healer. Healers were rare and therefore prohibitively expensive. Awakened warriors were the ones habitually sustaining injuries, but they also had a lot of spending power. Rain did not, so most of the money she had made in the past years ended up going toward her medical expenses. But not today. Whistling joyously, she left the market and made her way to one of the many public baths in Ravenheart. Due to the volatile nature of the region, there were numerous hot springs here, and soaking in them had quickly become the favorite pastime of the citizens. If there was such a thing as tourism in the dream realm, the capital of Song would definitely have been a popular destination due to its hot springs, maybe in the future. Before entering the bathhouse, Rain stopped in a dark alley behind it. A shadow separated from her own and settled in the darkness, then waved casually. Leaving her teacher alone, she proceeded inside to enjoy some privacy. Soon, having taken a shower, Rain submerged her weary body into the hot water and felt the many pains bothering her dissolve in it. There were many mystical minerals in the mountains surrounding Ravenheart, so these springs were supposed to have healing effects. She didn't know how true that statement was exactly, but visiting the baths was definitely both pleasant and reinvigorating. She had mostly come here to clean herself, though. It wouldn't do to come home covered in sweat, grime, and the stench of blood. The cleaner and fresher Rain looked in front of her parents, the less they would worry about her. So she made a habit of visiting a bathhouse after every hunt. Still, It wouldn't harm anyone if she soaked in the hot water a bit more, and maybe a bit more, and maybe a bit more. After all, was she pressed for time? No, as Rain was relaxing with her eyes closed, she couldn't help but hear bits and pieces of conversations that other people were having around her. A woman's voice was tinged with worry as she said, "Have you heard about Valor?" Another answered with confusion, "Huh, heard what?" "The King of Swords. They say that he was actually replaced by a vessel of Skinwalker all the way back in Antarctica." "Shhh, lower your voice. Have you gone crazy to talk about a supreme that way? That can't possibly be true." "I'm telling you it is. I heard it from my sister, who heard it from her neighbor, who heard it from an actual master. There is no way." "But it would explain a lot of things, wouldn't it? The resource shortages we're having, it's all because of those Valor people. It's like they want us to starve, and aren't they a bit strange? Why does everyone in the Sword domain treat our queen with such disrespect? That nasty nickname they gave her. That is strange indeed. If their king is a vessel of that thing, then who knows how many people there have already been taken. Gods, it's so scary. We are lucky to have come to the Song domain. I hope they stay far away from us. But my cousins are in the Sword domain. You must tell them to be careful then." Rain shook her head and slid deeper into the water to block out the hushed conversation. "Aren't they being ridiculous?" Strangely enough, that ridiculous rumor was quite persistent. She had heard some version of it many times already, almost as if someone was spreading it on purpose. On the other hand, some hostility between the two domains was inevitable. They were both still dependent on the waking world after all, which meant that there was a competition for resources. And competition bred resentment, especially when one's livelihood was at stake. Resentment, in turn, bred these kinds of rumors. Plus, a vast majority of mundane humans living in the dream realm had come from Antarctica. They were traumatized and anxious, sometimes letting fear get the better of them. In any case, the public opinion of the Sword domain was slowly changing for the worse in Ravenheart. There was nothing like that 4 years ago, but now, such sentiments were not uncommon. Why can't they just be happy that someone else is doing well? Rain threw the two scaredy women out of her head and tried to enjoy herself in peace. Eventually, she emerged from the bathhouse looking as smooth and pink as a newborn baby. The rugged leather outfit was stuffed into her pack, replaced by much more casual, neat, and tidy civilian clothes. The frightful monster huntress was gone, replaced by an innocent and lovely young woman. If the group of young awakened she had met at the city gate saw her, they would probably not believe their eyes. Feeling a bit strange in her simple dress, Rain put on an ash coat made from light, beautifully embroidered fabric. Pulling down its hood, she went to the dark alley, retrieved her teacher, and headed toward the upper levels of the city. She was going home. Chapter 1634, Scenic View. Rain stopped at a popular bakery and spent a good chunk of her coins on a set of delicious pastries. Her younger siblings were moody teenagers now, but she still liked to pamper them when she got the chance, or at least try to. Teenagers, sadly, were not easy to pamper. They're probably off to school already. Letting out a sigh, Rain walked along the steep streets of Ravenheart while enjoying the weather. It was on the colder side today, but the air was crisp and clear, not at all like the stale air of NQSC. There was no ash falling from the sky either, so the breathtaking vista of the sprawling vertical city was not obscured. Across the great stone bridge, a lonely peak pierced the sky, its slopes covered in snow. The beautiful palace of the queen was hidden by a blizzard, though, so Rain could not enjoy its dark awe and splendor. Her thoughts slowly drifted to the awakened nightmare creature she was meant to find and slay. What class would it be? How long would the preparations take her? What strategies would she employ, and what contingencies should she put in place? Would she even survive that fight? Thinking about that somberly, she ascended rather high. Now she only had to get closer to the bridge and she would be home. But before Rain reached the neighborhood where her parents lived, she noticed a crowd of people gathered on one of the Scenic observation platforms. She stopped to listen to what they were talking about, curious to find out what the matter was. Their voices sounded excited. "Are you sure that he is coming back today?" "I'm sure. He already delivered the last of this year's sleepers to the cities in the south. There's nothing left for him to do but return." "I'm so excited." "I missed the day he departed, so I didn't see." "I saw. I want to see it again, though." Rain tilted her head, confused. Who were they waiting for? Her teacher suddenly mumbled in a subdued tone. "Gods, how is it even worse now? Did she imagine it, or did his voice sound a little grumpy?" Before Rain could ask, though, a swift shadow suddenly streaked across the city. She looked up just in time to see a wondrous creature sailing through the sky. The weather was clear, so she could witness it even from a distance. It was a dragon. A beautiful dragon was flying above Ravenheart. Its somber scales were the color of the midnight sky, and with sparks of sunlight reflecting on them, the great beast was like a piece of starlit night that moved across the bright heavens. Its wings were open, casting a vast shadow, and it was that shadow that Rain had noticed. A chorus of excited voices washed over her a moment later. "It's him! Night Singer! Nightingale! The Dragon Slayer!" Indeed, the magnificent creature was Saint Kai, the Dragon Slayer. He had arrived a few weeks ago and then left to search for sleepers scattered across the Song domain during the winter solstice. Now, it seemed, the search was over. Rain watched as the beautiful dragon flew across the great bridge and landed gracefully in front of the obscured palace. Soon, its great body disappeared into the blizzard. She let out a quiet sigh, feeling a strange mix of emotions. Funnily enough, she actually knew Saint Kai. One of her tutors had some kind of relationship with the famous idol, so Saint Kai, although he wasn't even a saint back then, had graciously agreed to give her a few archery lessons. Later, when he transcended and became one of the pillars of the government forces, their paths crossed a couple of times because of her father. Rain's father had nothing to do with battling nightmare creatures, but he was one of the senior government liaisons in Ravenheart. His work was administrative and mostly had to do with logistics, but still, that meant meeting exalted figures quite often. In fact, Rain was familiar with Saint Jet that way as well. Come to think of it, wasn't it weird how many famous people she knew? Rain had even spent some time with Lady Changing Star herself. Of course, she was most comfortable with Effie, Saint raised by wolves, who for some reason used to live just a couple of houses down the street, back in NQSC. Sadly, the government saints spent most of their time in the waking world, and when they came to the dream realm, each was assigned to a specific region. Effie was far away, in Bastion, so they had not seen each other in a while. The same went for Lady Nephi's and Lady Cassia, both of whom had been kind to Rain in the past. Of course, all these renowned people might have been transcendent warriors, but which one of them could claim to be a dark deity? In a sense, the weirdness of knowing her teacher toppled all her other strange acquaintances combined. In any case, Rain was just that, a passing acquaintance in the lives of these exalted figures. She doubted they really remembered her, let alone had thought about her sometimes. Why would they think about an insignificant, mundane girl? Her teacher, on the other hand, thought about her too much. It was hard to escape his nagging. "Maybe I'll meet them again after becoming an awakened." Throwing one last glance into the distance, where the graceful figure of the black dragon had disappeared, Rain turned away and continued on her way home. Soon, she reached a pretty 2-story house, opened the door and walked inside with a bright smile. "Mom, Dad, I'm home." Unknown to Rain, the figure of her teacher lingered outside, staring across the great bridge from the shadows. Just at that moment, the snowstorm subsided, and the beautiful palace of black obsidian revealed itself on the steep mountain slope. Sunny studied its breathtaking beauty for a few moments, and then pursed his lips a little. His gaze was dark. "Jade Palace. Being that close to another of Ariel's creations was rather uncomfortable. Of course, it was also one of the reasons he had come to Ravenheart. Chapter 1635. Message to myself a few days before, far away from the harsh splendor of Ravenheart. Sonny was looking at Cassie while hiding his emotions behind a polite smile. Oh, and by the way, her tone was neutral. Happy birthday. For a split second his mask cracked. Sonny's face did not move, but his gaze changed. For a short moment his eyes were much deeper and darker than before. The lightless depth contained within them was much too vast, much too cold, and much too unfathomable to fit the image of a harmless shopkeeper. He froze, a storm of emotions raging in his heart. For a second, Sonny was stunned, not knowing what to say. The shadows stirred, but then he quickly composed himself. Why, thank you, but how did you know? An irrational but desperate hope had ignited in his chest, trying to burn away his judgment. A hope that anyone remembered him, that Cassie did. The thought of it was both blindingly sweet and ruthlessly painful, because it was impossible. The fateless attribute, as he had called it, was thorough. So Sonny discarded that futile hope and hid his rattled state. How had she known that today was his birthday, though? Maybe, just maybe, Cassie was facing him, remaining silent. Her smile slowly dimmed, replaced by a strange and solemn expression. Sonny felt uncomfortable because her eyes were hidden by the blue fabric, but he did not show it. Come to think of it, he had not noticed it immediately, but Cassie looked a little strange. How could he describe it? She seemed a little haggard. Of course, a stranger would not have noticed, blinded by the stunning beauty of the blind seer. But to Sonny she looked out of sorts. Her clothes, which had always been neat and tidy, were a little messy. Her hair was like a waterfall of pale gold, but it did not seem properly combed. There were signs of fatigue on her delicate face. Much more importantly, there was a hint of restless intensity to her which had never been there before, as if Cassie was, not quite stable, having lost her innate state of composed balance. Sonny had seen all the other members of the cohort after returning, even if from afar, but it was his first time seeing Cassie. The blind seer seemed to have changed a lot. She finally turned away and walked a few steps, as if studying the dining hall of the brilliant emporium. It's strange. I've been delivered a note asking me to find a person named Sunless and wish him a happy birthday. On a winter solstice of all days. It happened a while ago. But the strangest part, the sender of the note, was me, and I don't remember ever writing it. Sonny remained silent, wanting her to say more. Sometimes silence was the best way to make people talk. The faint hope in his heart had been extinguished. Cassie did not remember, however. She seemed to have known that she would not remember, and therefore she had made arrangements for them to meet before the third nightmare. He suddenly felt stifled. Cassie traced her fingers across one of the tables and turned her head slightly. Sunless is a rather peculiar name, so I didn't think that finding him would be difficult. But to my surprise, that person didn't seem to exist. Not in the government databases, academy records, or the archives of the great clans. You might not know it, Master Sunless, but I am a rather knowledgeable person. One might even say that there's no one better at collecting information than me. Sonny tilted his head a little. Oh, he knew. That is indeed strange. His voice was pleasant and even. She smiled. A person named Sunless had not existed in either of the two worlds until this year when you found your way to Bastion. Naturally, I was curious, so I studied you a little. I hope you don't mind. Sonny hesitated. Even if he did mind, no one in their right mind would rebuke Song of the Fallen, a prominent saint and one of the most valued seneschals of the great clan Valor. Cassie turned her head left and right as if looking around. I must admit, you are a fascinating man. Not only do you seem to have appeared out of nowhere, but your establishment is even built inside of an ascended devil. How inventive. He tensed. Well, it wasn't a surprise. Cassie's dormant ability allowed her a measure of insight into all living things. Marvelous Mimic was not an exception, so she would have realized its nature as soon as she approached the brilliant emporium. And yet she had stepped into the maw of an ascended devil without much worry. Was it confidence or indifference? Sonny was not sure. He coughed. "Ah, well, why not? My house might not be able to fly like your citadel, but it can walk. It's convenient." The more important question was, what did she see when looking at him? Weaver's mask was all the way in Godgrave, and while the nebulous mantle could hide his presence, it was nowhere near as potent at deflecting divination. Nevertheless, Sonny was not worried. He was mostly certain that Cassie's powers were based on a subconscious ability to perceive the strings of fate and sense when they were trembling. Since there were no strings of fate connected to him anymore, she should be powerless against him. As if to confirm his thoughts, Cassie spoke calmly. "Do you know what I sense when I look at you, though? Nothing. You are like a black void, completely empty." Sonny raised an eyebrow. "That is not something a man wants to hear on his birthday, St. Cassia." She did not seem to have heard his words, continuing in the same tone. "But this is perfect. This is exactly what I've been looking for. Oh, Master Sunless, you seem to be strangely well informed about my abilities, considering that you are not at all surprised to hear these things. Well, just in case, let me tell you, I used to be able to see the future." He hesitated for a while, a little startled by that statement. "Used to," Cassie nodded. "Yes. This ability of mine has been in complete disarray after my third nightmare. Not just mine, actually, all awakened with high affinity to fate are suffering a reduction in their ability to discern the future. Not that there are a lot of us. It is almost as if fate itself has been thrown into chaos." Sonny forced out a smile. "How terrible." She remained silent for a while, seemingly distracted. Then she said with a subtle hint of relief, "Yes, it has been rather terrible, and I've been trying to find the cause for the past 4 years without any success. So the message that I seem to have sent myself made me think that you might be of help, and won't just think that I am crazy." Cassie paused, then faced him and said tensely, "Master Sunless, how would you react if I told you that there is a man-shaped hole in the world?" Chapter 1636, Man-Shaped Void. Sonny remained motionless for a few moments. The expression on Cassie's face was tense and somber, defiant even, as if she was saying something that she had said many times already, only to be dismissed, or even branded as a lunatic. Sonny knew the feeling. He sighed, then pointed to the nearest table. "Have a seat. I sense that it's going to be a long conversation, so let me make you something to drink." He took a step back and retreated to the kitchen. He could have manifested an avatar instead, but really, Sonny needed a few minutes to collect himself. A man-shaped hole in the world. Indeed, to someone else, his absence would have felt like that. It was just that no one was able to remember witnessing the inexplicable void where a man named Sunless used to be. Cassie, however, although she didn't seem to know the solution, she had somehow pieced the problem together. She knew that something was wrong with her, with everyone else, and with the world itself. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not prove it. She couldn't even remember trying to solve the problem. That must have been maddening, not to mention the fact that her ability to perceive the future had suddenly betrayed her, leaving Cassie without another of her senses. The past 4 years must have been rough for her, and yet, selfishly, Sonny was glad. He shamefully felt a warmth in his heart. He wasn't quite remembered, but it felt so good for his absence to be witnessed by someone at least. A few minutes later, he emerged from the kitchen with a teapot and a couple cups. Cassie was sitting at one of the tables, waiting. Her exquisitely beautiful face was calm, but he could feel a hint of agitation underneath that facade. Placing a cup in front of her, Sonny poured the tea and sat down. "A man-shaped hole. You might want to explain, St. Cassia." She took the cup and tilted her head a little. At that moment, Sonny realized that he had made a mistake. In an attempt to hide his rattled state, he had been acting much too calm throughout their conversation. No master would have been that calm in front of Song of the Fallen, let alone while hearing her say such outrageous things. He was suddenly unhappy with himself. What a glaring oversight. Since deceit was his craft, Sonny felt ashamed. Cassie touched the cup and traced its shape with her finger. When she spoke, her voice sounded even calmer than his. Actually, it's not that strange. All of us, the members of Changing Stars cohort, have long realized that something had happened to us in the third nightmare. There are things that don't quite make sense, as if there are gaps in our memory. No, not gaps. It's like parts of our memories are corrupted. Not in the everlasting void kind of way, but rather in a very mundane way. Like what happens with old communicators. Sonny stared at her silently. His silence prompted her to continue. However, there were a lot of bizarre things that happened to us in the nightmare, some of them much more so. And because it is almost impossible to remember that there is something that we have forgotten, we simply accepted it as fact and moved on after a while. That is how memory works anyway. People don't remember what they have forgotten, and therefore don't usually realize it. He shifted slightly, noticing something strange about her words. It was indeed impossible to keep any thoughts about his past. People had not only forgotten him, but they couldn't even remember thinking about having forgotten him. That was the insidious part of becoming fateless. And yet Cassie was perfectly capable of pinpointing the problem. How? Sonny took a breath. But you don't seem to have a problem with being aware of the missing memories. Cassie smiled faintly. Hardly. It is very problematic, in fact, but my aspect is uniquely suited to remembering. My powers, you see, have to do with memories. I have a great level of control over my own memory, which has become much greater than before. I can also collect the memories of other people, or even replace and manipulate them. Sonny shivered. What an insidious power it was. It had to be a facet of Cassie's transformation ability then. She had not been capable of these things before, only torment was. He couldn't help but wonder if this was the first time they were having this conversation, even, or if Cassie had simply erased his memory of meeting her, who knew how many times before. But no, that should not have been the case. Even such a subtle power had to have a limit, and his rank and class would place him beyond that limit. Enough so, at least, for him to at least be aware of having been manipulated. Right. Oblivious to his subtle reaction or pretending not to notice it, Cassie continued. So, you might see how I would be more sensitive to anomalies in my memory. Which was why, unlike the others, I couldn't stop trying to get to the bottom of things. Especially because fate itself seemed to be in total chaos. He took a sip of his tea. I'm sorry, but what does fate have to do with any of this? Cassie's smile grew a little wider. Oh, everything, you see. I always wanted to destroy fate, to create a weapon that could cut it. I always wanted to, but strangely enough, I don't recall ever acting on my desire. You must think that I'm a really timid person. Sonny wanted to point out that confessing all these intimate things to a stranger was a bit odd, but decided against it and simply shook his head. Cassie's smile suddenly disappeared. Her tone turned colder as well. But I am not a timid person, Master Sunless, far from it, so I can't help but think that maybe I have actually succeeded in creating that weapon. It's just that I don't remember it. In any case, I spent years trying to place the missing pieces together and restore my memory. It was a bit of a hardship, to say the least. I failed to achieve my goal, but I did learn something. She took a deep breath. It's that the missing pieces form a person. Someone who was there with us in the tomb of Ariel, and maybe even earlier than that. A man who has been cut from the world as if he had never existed. Someone who was precious to us, to me. She leaned forward, almost overturning her tea. So, Master Sunless, before she could continue, he asked neutrally, you say that the missing pieces form a person. But why are you so sure that it is a man? It might very well be a woman, no? Cassie remained silent for a moment, then said tensely, because I think that you are that man. Then she clenched her fists. Are you? Sonny did not answer for a while. Eventually he sighed and answered, his voice even. Yes. Then he took a sip of tea and smiled bitterly. "But it doesn't matter if I confirm it. You won't remember anyway." Cassie continued to lean forward. A stunned expression contorted her delicate face for a moment, then disappeared, replaced by momentary confusion and then tense anticipation. "So, are you?" Sonny turned away, hiding an ugly grimace. There was no point. It was not as if he had not tried to confess his existence to the people he knew before. He had, on several occasions. But just like his past, they could not retain the information about his connection to their lost memories of him. His confessions were destined to be forgotten, just like he had been. Funnily enough, he could admit to being Rain's brother because her neighbor Sonny never had, and the concept of an older brother was thus not connected to her memories of him. He sighed and answered again. "Yes, I am." Sonny waited for a moment. After Cassie had forgotten his answer and before she could ask the question again, he interrupted her. "Instead of that, do you want to tell me more about that memory you want me to make?" "Is it a weapon?" Chapter 1637, negative space. Sonny tried to evade the question a few more times, but it was too important to Cassie. She stubbornly returned to it no matter what he said, forgetting his answers a few moments later. Watching her lost expression was eerie and a little heartbreaking, like talking to someone suffering from dementia. "So, tell me, are you?" Sonny reminded himself to be patient. There were many suitable ways to prevent her from voicing the question. He just needed to find the correct one. "Yes, I am, but—" Cassie was stunned, then confused, then tense once more. Maybe I should distract her with a revelation or two about what is going on in Ravenheart. However, in the end, he did not have to. Somehow, Cassie did not repeat herself again. Instead, she shifted slightly, reached for her teacup and traced its shape with her finger. Her face froze and she fell quiet. After a few moments of silence, Cassie said evenly, "My tea is cold." Sonny tilted his head a little. Then his eyes gleamed in the darkness. It seemed that there was no need to guide her away from the question after all. So soon. Cassie was smart. She could not remember that which was forgotten, but she noticed the change in the temperature of her tea. Therefore, instead of remembering, she simply deduced that something had been erased from her memory. The gears of her formidable mind were spinning now, connecting the negative space in her memory with the details of the conversation they were having, observing the void and inferring its meaning. Knowing Cassie, there were countless conjectures being formed in her head. Dozens of theories were being built, scrutinized, and discarded. Only those that could not be effectively disproven remained, leading to several parallel branches of assumptions. Those assumptions were then pitted against each other, turning into conclusions. The conclusions were used to extrapolate what exactly she had forgotten. Too smart, maybe. It was a little scary. Sonny did not say anything, carefully exploring his own emotions. If he was right, then Cassie not only knew that a person was missing from the world, but also deduced that he was that person, or at least connected to them. She would not be sure, but suspected strongly. And he had come closer to being known to someone than he had ever been since leaving the nightmare. Of course, there was a vast difference between a suspicion and a memory, but it was precisely because Cassie's inference was based solely on deduction and not remembrance that she could retain it. The taste of his tea was suddenly incredibly fragrant. Sonny drank it silently. Neither of them spoke for a long time. Cassie's delicate face was full of somber intensity, but she did not rush to ask him any questions. She couldn't. Because asking him about all the things she wanted to know would only result in her forgetting the answers. It was an odd situation. Eventually, she sighed and turned away. A few moments later, Cassie asked, her voice a little strange, "Would you like to look into my eyes?" He was startled by the question. "Where did that come from?" Sonny hesitated, not knowing how to answer. "I'm honestly not sure. Why are you asking?" She touched her blindfold briefly, sighed, and said with a hint of reluctance, "My transformation ability has to do with my eyes. Few people know about it, and you are now one of them. If you look into my eyes, I'll be able to read your memories." Sonny blinked. His first reaction was to reject her vehemently. Who would want their private memories to be exposed to a stranger? Not to mention the fact that Cassie's power was not limited to that. She had already admitted that she could also erase, replace, and manipulate the memories of other people. That sounded utterly terrifying. Sonny had suspected that there were limits to her power, and now she had exposed one of these limits to him. Only those who looked Cassie in the eyes could be enthralled by her ability. So why would he expose himself to that power? She would forget everything she saw, just like she had forgotten his answers as well. Not everything. The memories of his past were forbidden, but the memories of everything that had happened to him after the third nightmare were less so. The question was, what benefit would there be if Cassie saw it all? She would probably be able to fill the empty void left by him with a few more pieces of logical reasoning at least. But then what? Sonny put his cup down and smiled politely. "You want to peek at my memories, Saint Cassia?" She simply nodded, not hiding her desire. "I do, Saint Sunless." His smile did not falter. "She has already connected me to the exploration report on the tomb of Ariel and guessed that I was in the nightmare with them. Damn it, I shouldn't have published it." But he did not really regret his actions. That report was both for teacher Julius and Annick, so it was worth the trouble. Sonny chuckled, then asked with a hint of amusement in his voice, "What's in it for me?" Cassie leaned back and remained silent for a few moments. She might have guessed that he was the person she had been looking for, but she had no idea who he was. What were his motives, desires, and convictions? What was his past, and what was his vision of the future? What could she offer him to gain his cooperation? She couldn't even be sure if he was a friend or a foe. "Well, what is it that you want?" Sonny contemplated for as long as his flaw allowed him to. "Actually, there is something that you can help me with. I must warn you, though. The favor I'll ask might land you in hot water with your venerable superiors from Clan Valor," he shrugged. "Additionally, you will only access a memory of my choosing. You'll have to wait a bit, too. It can only be done on a full moon." Cassie suddenly tensed. "A full moon, surely you don't mean," Sonny chuckled. "That's right, I want to sneak into Bastion." He finished his tea and added nonchalantly, "The real Bastion, of course, not this Mirage we all live in." Chapter 16:38. Pretty as a picture, it did not take long to discuss the details of their agreement with Cassie. She was wary of him, somewhat, but Sonny held the overwhelming advantage in the negotiations. After all, he had what she wanted, and knew more than her on top of that. It wasn't hard for him to get the blind seer to agree to his conditions. She could not stay for long, either, at least not without risking her absence being noticed by someone from Clan Valor. Cassie did not want to attract their attention to Sonny yet, or maybe ever. That suited him fine as well. "What a strange birthday I'm having this year." When Cassie left, Sonny was once again left alone in the brilliant emporium. The city had grown dark, and a peaceful silence settled over the lake. He could see the magnificent castle shine with enchanted lights in the distance, the lanterns reflecting in the calm water like stars. Of course, that castle was just an illusion. Or rather, not just an illusion, but a very special one. The kind of illusion that was, for all intents and purposes, real, more real than reality itself, even. Most of the people who lived inside the castle did not know the difference, since it did not affect their lives. But Sonny knew. There was a different kind of place hidden behind the beautiful, towering edifice of Bastion. A much more somber and terrifying place than what everyone was familiar with. That was where he wanted to get to with Cassie's help. There were 6 strongholds depicted on the map Nether had left in the Ebony Tower, each connected to one of the demons. After visiting the tower once more and reading more of the forbidden runes surrounding the map, Sonny was keenly interested in exploring each of these strongholds. One could even say that the shape of his life depended on it. The Ivory Tower had once belonged to Hope. The tomb of Ariel was the burial site of Oblivion. Sunny had already visited these two places, but the other four Nether's own seat of power was hidden in the Hollow Mountains. He had barely survived crossing over them, and was not nearly powerful enough, yet, to dare delving into the darkness that dwelled below them. True darkness was the natural enemy of shadows, after all, which left only 3 demonic strongholds for him to explore. Coincidentally, or maybe not quite so, each of them was now a great citadel ruled by one of the most powerful legacy clans. The Jade Palace, now known as Ravenheart, was connected to the Demon of Dread. Sunny had been searching for a way to infiltrate Queen Song's palace, but without much luck. It was guarded too well. The seafaring citadel of the House of Night, meanwhile, was temporarily out of reach. He did not have a spare avatar to go there. More precisely, quantity was not the problem. It was just that sustaining avatars cost him essence. The Lord of Shadows remained manifested permanently, but that guy also spent most of his time inside the fragment of the Shadow Realm. Out there, the spirit essence was rich and nourishing unless his third avatar was battling powerful abominations. He was like a perpetual essence generator. The avatar accompanying Rain mostly hid in her shadow, but had to be controlled at all times. In the end, Sunny was maintaining a positive balance between expending and replenishing essence while constantly keeping these two versions of himself going, with plenty left in reserve for unexpected situations. Sending an additional avatar to Stormsea would have put a strain on that balance. So, he had decided to leave the great citadel of the House of Night, which was connected to the Demon of Repose, alone for the time being, which only left Bastion, which had once belonged to the Demon of Imagination. Sunny did not know much about that particular demon, but he or she seemed to have possessed truly fantastical powers. From what he could tell, the Demon of Imagination had been a master of illusions. Anything imagined by that demon was like a mirage, and those mirages could easily become reality or even replace it. Bastion had always seemed like an illustration from a fairy tale, and in a sense it was. The beautiful castle, the tranquil lake, the picturesque land surrounding it, all of it had been conjured from the imagination of the ancient demon. The Demon of Imagination was long dead, but the illusion that replaced reality still remained. It had even become home to millions of people. Sunny could not find what he was looking for in the pretty mirage, though. He could only find it in the harrowing reality hidden behind it. That place could only be entered during a full moon, at least by those who did not rule the illusory citadel. That was why he agreed to meet Cassie again then. There was plenty of time left before the next full moon, though, which would give both of them plenty of time to digest the situation. Cassie had a lot to think about, no doubt, and Sunny did, too. Throwing one last glance in the window, he yawned and went about closing the brilliant emporium. When everything was done, Sunny walked into his bedroom and fell on his bed. Despite the modest size of his room, the bed itself was large and opulent. It was carved from pale, polished wood, with elegant engravings decorating the columns that supported the silk canopy. It was much too comfortable for a simple piece of furniture, and looked like something that belonged in a palace instead of a cozy cottage. And it did. This was the very same bed Sunny had slept on in the ruined cathedral of the Dark City a lifetime ago. He had brought it back with the help of the marvelous mimic after being gone from civilization for 3 years, among other things. Sunny put his head on a pillow and closed his eyes. Soon enough, he fell peacefully asleep. The last thought that crossed his mind was rather bitter. Damnation. She forgot to order a memory. It was such a shame. He had hoped to get a bunch of soul shards out of Cassie. Chapter 1639. Beautiful Mirage. The full moon came faster than Sunny had expected. His life in Bastion had been peaceful in the meantime. The brilliant Emporium Cafe enjoyed a steady stream of guests, while the memory boutique continued to stagnate with no customers. Sonny attended to the kitchen and minded his business. He was supposed to make a trip to the waking world to stock up on ingredients, but postponed it for now, partially out of laziness, and partially because there was a lot on his plate. His life in Godgrave, meanwhile, had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Nephi's was there, and so he had no time for boredom. But that was the third avatar's problem. On the day of the full moon, Sonny let Aiko go home a bit earlier and closed the brilliant emporium. Then he walked through the crowded streets of Bastion and bought a ticket to a theater play. A troupe of awakened actors was performing a rendition of A Song of Light and Darkness. Sadly, Sonny only noticed the name of the play after being seated in the parterre. He covered his face with a palm and winced as if suffering from a toothache, but remained in his seat. Soon, excited members of the audience surrounded him from all sides. The lights were dimmed, the curtain was lifted, and the play began. No one noticed that a pale young man sitting in one of the first rows did not seem to have a shadow. At the same time, a different incarnation of Sonny was hiding in the darkness near the shore of the lake. It was already dark, and the pale moon was traveling across the starlit sky. The sight of it, the moon, the velvet sky, the silhouette of the magnificent castle, and the vast lake was beautiful beyond words. In fact, it seemed as if there were two moons, one lost in the distant heavens, the other drowning in the silent water. Making sure that no one was nearby, Sonny rose from the shadows and walked toward the shore. The incarnation in the theater was wearing the nebulous mantle, so he was only dressed in a mundane military bodysuit. The quintessence pearl was already summoned, resting in his mouth. He did not waste any time and dove into the water without making a splash. The lake took him into its cold embrace. Sonny allowed his body to become as heavy as a stone, sinking to the bottom. Once there, he extended his senses, turned into a shadow, and glided down a steep slope. The lake surrounding Bastion did not seem special from the shore, but it was immensely deep. By the time the slope lost most of its steepness, Sonny was already several kilometers below the surface. A mundane human would not have been able to withstand the pressure of the mass of water, but it was easy for someone like him, especially because he remained incorporeal. The easy part stopped there, though, because these waters were not safe. There were echoes of powerful nightmare creatures patrolling the lake. As if that was not enough, there were also swords thrust into mud here, and there each of them serving as the eyes and ears of the master of this land. Supreme Anvil of Valor, the King of Swords. Reaching the castle unnoticed was nearly impossible. However, Sonny had not wasted the last year in vain. He had thoroughly explored the lake, studying its guardians and mapping out the locations of Anvil's swords. By now, he was confident in his ability to reach the castle unnoticed. The castle was not his target anyway. Instead, it was the reflection of the moon traveling across the surface of the lake. He hid in the shadows and waited for a vast creature that looked like a giant silver eel to swim past him, then cautiously advanced forward. Changing direction, Sonny moved like a thief, effortlessly avoiding every security measure placed at the bottom of the lake by Clan Valor. By the time he reached the midpoint between the shore and the castle, the play his avatar was watching reached intermission. The other Sonny rose from his seat and went to the theater's cafe, making sure to be seen by as many people as possible. Of course, he kept to the dark corners to make the absence of his shadow hidden. The original Sonny hid at the bottom of the lake without moving. Proceeding further would be problematic. So, he was letting the reflection of the moon come to him instead. He was sure that someone like Bate would have been infuriated by such a statement, considering that, scientifically speaking, the position of the moon's reflection was supposed to depend on the perspective of the observer, but not of this moon in this lake and on this night. When it was time, Sonny made himself as light as a feather, assumed his human form, pushed off the bottom of the lake and swam up. The timing was calculated to a split second. The echoes patrolling the lake were far away, and no one would be able to notice his swift rise. As the pressure of the water lessened, the darkness surrounding him grew brighter. Soon, he was surrounded by ethereal radiance, as if swimming through moonlight. The moon itself was like a perfectly round silver disk hanging above Bastion. Its reflection was like a vast, radiant circle resting on the calm water. Breaking the surface a few meters away from it, Sonny swam forward and entered that circle. He was blinded by the light, and then the world changed. Sonny had left the illusory realm behind and entered the ghost of reality hidden behind its splendor. Suddenly, it was much darker. The reflection of the moon disappeared, replaced by scattered vestiges of bleak light. The water of the lake was much colder, and its surface was restless because of the strong wind. Taking a deep breath, Sonny looked up. Above him was a broken sky. Chapter 1640 Harrowing Reality. The sky was black, with pale stars shining coldly in the distance. They were much paler than the bright constellations of the illusory realm, though because there was something brighter in the night sky spanning its vast expanse. The fragments of the shattered moon. The moon was up there above him, but it was viciously broken into countless pieces. Some of them were vast, like jagged continents, floating in the forlorn darkness. Some were infinitely small, painting the sky like clouds of starlight vapor. The trail of moon shards formed a heavenly river that stretched beyond the horizon, illuminating the hidden world with ghostly light. The sight of it was both terrifying and humbling. Sonny did not know what kind of blow could have been so harrowing as to fracture even the moon, or if the moon had been broken from within, like the shell of a cosmic egg. All he knew was that seeing the broken sky filled him with a deep sense of terror. He rarely felt true fear after becoming a transcendent, but the true face of Bastion was one of the few things that could still make him shudder. Looking away from the celestial river, Sonny gazed at the distant castle. The castle existed both in the illusory world and in the terrifying reality. However, while it stood tall and proud in the former, it was a desolate ruin in the latter. The mighty walls had collapsed. The tall towers were toppled. Bastion was like a mountain of fractured white stones, the shape of a once magnificent citadel barely recognizable in its ghastly crookedness. Here and there, one could still recognize the lines of partially unscathed buildings and courtyards, but they only seemed like an epitaph on a towering gravestone. Across the lake, where the thriving city had been a moment before, a monumental wall of towering dark trees rose to the broken sky. The illusory Bastion had been surrounded by a forest once, a forest that was one enormous living being, a horrid titan with which the Knights of Valor had waged war for decades. Eventually, it was Anvil, still a saint back then, who had destroyed it. But here in the hidden reality, the forest was untouched, and there were many creatures inhabiting it that were much more terrifying than that titan had been, because the real Bastion was a death zone. In fact, there were dreadful beings dwelling in the deep, dark lake as well. There was one thing in common between the real Bastion and the beautiful Mirage created by the demon of imagination, though. Both in the illusory castle and the real castle, enchanted lanterns were shining softly in the darkness of the night. Granted, there were much fewer of them here. I need to hurry. The real lake was much more dangerous than its copy. Sonny was capable of facing its inhabitants in a battle, but he wasn't capable of doing so unnoticed. And so, he dove down once again, falling like a stone into the depths of the cold water. The bottom of the lake was much different in this hidden, true world. Out in the illusory Bastion, it was rather mundane, covered by mud and rare stones. Here, though, a drowned city rested on the bottom of the lake. The graceful buildings were constructed from the same white stone as the castle, and their empty windows were like dark eyes that watched Sonny as he passed by. The city must have been beautiful once, but now it was cold and empty, with signs of horrible devastation visible on every street. The streets themselves were littered with bones. Countless human skulls lay on the cracked cobblestones, looking like pale fungus. Sonny did not know what doom had befallen the people of the drowned city, but he made sure to lighten his body and swim instead of walking on the ancient roads. He did not want to disturb them, and knew that it was dangerous to do so. On top of that, the city was built at the foot of a tall mountain, which was now submerged in water, with only its peak rising above it. The ruins of the great castle lay on that peak. That was also where Cassie was supposed to be waiting for him, too. Sonny calmly traversed the fallen city, making sure to hide from its current inhabitants. There were plenty of harrowing nightmare creatures dwelling in the drowned ruins. He had studied their habits and hunting grounds before, but abominations of higher ranks were supremely unpredictable. Luckily, Sonny's ability to remain unseen and unsensed in the shadows had become much more potent since his days in the Dark City, so even these horrors could not easily spot him. He moved closer and closer to the mountain. From time to time, grotesque carcasses appeared from the darkness, each impaled by a single straight sword. This was Anvil's work. His domain extended into the real version of Bastion as well, and although the King of Swords did not rule the entire area, he was the master of the ruined castle. Anything that tried to crawl out of the water and challenge him ended up dead. Knights of Valor were often battling nightmare creatures in the forest, too. However, they were doing so without the support of their king. That was because he used the dark forest as a crucible to forge better warriors for his army. The dreadful abominations inhabiting it were the whetstone against which Valor's elites were sharpened. Sonny heard that after Antarctica, Morgan had been sent into the forest and ordered not to return until she redeemed her mistake. She eventually emerged from it 2 years later as a saint. He did not know if this was true and couldn't ask, because this information wasn't supposed to be known to any outsider to begin with. His preparations had not been in vain. Sonny followed a predetermined path and managed to reach the mountain without disturbing any of the nightmare creatures or stumbling upon any of Anvil's swords. Finally, he ascended the steep slope and cautiously surfaced near the ruins. There were lanterns burning high above, on the remnants of the broken wall, and human silhouettes patrolling its length. They were Knights of Valor, the best of the best, each of them at least a master. Another human silhouette was standing on the edge of a toppled tower that lay on the ground, its roof protruding into the lake. This one did not carry a luminous lantern, waiting patiently in the darkness. It was Cassie. Illuminated by the pale light of the shattered moon, motionless like a statue, her delicate figure looked even more arresting. Her beauty had already been breathtaking. Here in the hidden realm of True Bastion, it seemed simply enthralling. And yet, strangely enough, Sonny felt his gaze wandering away from her. Somewhat surprised, he realized that it was her presence. Unlike most saints, it did not demand attention but instead dampened it. It was really more akin to absence than presence. Perhaps it had been for a long while, but he simply did not notice it. Forcing himself to concentrate on the slender figure, Sonny silently emerged from the water and walked over to Cassie. He made no noise whatsoever, and yet she turned her head slightly to face him. "You've come." Sonny dismissed the quintessence pearl and smiled in the darkness. "Of course. It's not polite to make a lady wait, and I am nothing if not polite, one could say." Chapter 16, 41 First Impressions. Sonny studied Cassie's face, trying to guess what she was thinking about. Having left her alone for several weeks, he did not feel particularly safe. Who knew what conclusions she had drawn in that time, what plans she had formulated? He was a stranger to her now, which meant that the blind seer would not afford him the same grace she afforded her friends. Facing Cassie as someone she might perceive as a potential enemy was a nerve-wracking experience. Sonny felt like he finally understood why Mordred was so wary of her. But then again, he was someone worthy of being feared himself. He was powerful and lethal enough to be an existential threat to anyone who would dare stand in his way. Sonny did not have to be afraid of anyone or anything. Instead, everyone had to be scared of him, if they knew who he was, of course, but no one did, which only made him more terrifying. Well, no matter. It was not like he wanted to frighten Cassie. Sonny was pretty sure that she would treat him with sincerity. He had what she wanted, after all. Still, a relationship of a transactional nature was not the most stable. It was in his best interest to build a better connection with her, and maybe even reach a point where they shared mutual trust. Sonny looked at Cassie, who was wearing a white tunic and a sea wave cloak, her eyes hidden behind a strip of blue cloth. Then he glanced at his own black bodysuit. The two of them did not exactly look like a natural pair. Currently, they were accomplices at best, not allies. So, how do I go about building trust? One small step at a time, most likely. He looked at the shattered moon, then at the restless waters of the dark lake. Finally, he said, "The ambience here is truly lovely. However, the lake is rather dreadful. Wouldn't it be better if we left before something very terrible came out of the water to spoil the mood?" Cassie remained silent for a moment, then smiled faintly. "Didn't you come from the water yourself, Saint Sunless? Are you very terrible as well?" He coughed. "Well, yes, I did, and yes, I guess I am." She tilted her head slightly. "I am surprised that you made it all the way here, actually. How did you traverse the lake without being torn apart, or alerting anyone to your presence?" That was an obviously probing question, but Sonny didn't mind. He shrugged and answered in a nonchalant tone, "By being patient and very good at hiding." She sighed lightly and turned around, walking slowly in the direction of the castle ruins. "Let's go." Sonny hesitated for a moment before following. As he did, he looked up at the figures patrolling the remnants of the toppled walls. This was the problem he had not been able to solve yet. Finding an entrance into the hidden realm had not been too hard. Avoiding the echoes patrolling the lake and finding a path through the graveyard of swords at its bottom had not been much of a problem either. Even traversing the dark depths of the true lake, where great horrors dwelled, was well within his power. But getting inside the ruined castle itself was troublesome. There were many powerful knights of valor inside. There was the King of Swords himself, as well. Worse than that, the members of his clan were versed in runic sorcery. Their stronghold was protected by an array of enchantments that Sonny could not hope to unravel, let alone bypass silently. He knew a thing or two about Hope's sorcery, but not nearly enough to compete with real experts. That was why Sonny needed Cassie. Without help from inside the castle, it would take him years to infiltrate its ruins. He wasn't worried about being betrayed by her, either. At this moment, as if reading his mind, the blind seer asked him with a hint of curiosity in her voice, "Can I ask you a question, Saint Sunless?" He glanced at her back. "Sure, and please call me Sonny. Here in Bastion I am known as the master of Sonny's brilliant emporium, a humble shopkeeper and definitely not a saint." She remained silent for a moment. "Why are you so sure that I won't surrender you into the hands of my clan? After all, here in Bastion, I am known as a loyal, obedient servant of the king. A virtuous saint, and definitely not someone who would help an outsider infiltrate the very heart of our stronghold." Sonny answered calmly, his voice tinged with a hint of amusement. "It's because I know that you are actually disloyal, disobedient, and wicked." Cassie suddenly coughed. "Ah," he chuckled and added in a light tone, "just my kind of person. I am a bit of a treacherous bastard myself, to be honest." She cleared her throat. "I see." Cassie remained silent for a while after that, jumping off the toppled tower to land softly on the ground below. Sonny followed, suppressing the desire to slap himself across the face. What kind of nonsense am I spouting? Right now, Cassie only knew that he was a saint that was somehow connected to her and Nephi's, and had undergone the third nightmare with them, which would suggest that he had been their friend, or at least an ally. If not for the fact that Mordred had also been there, in the tomb of Ariel, meaning that not everyone who had entered that nightmare was an ally. Cassie knew that Sonny had played a big role in her life, but she did not know what kind of role he had played. She had to account for the fact that he very well could have been her enemy. At the very least, she wouldn't be sure that he had been a friend. So, why the hell was he willingly admitting to being a wretched traitor? Sonny closed his eyes for a moment and then said, trying very hard to keep the embarrassment out of his voice, "What I'm trying to say is that everyone has their own interest. It is not in your self-interest to surrender me to clan valor, and I am pretty sure that you would not sacrifice yourself for their benefit. Otherwise, I would have been visited by a cohort of knights and a few paladins the very next day after your visit." Cassie inhaled slowly. "I see. That makes sense." She paused for a moment and then suddenly asked, "What is your interest then?" Sonny smiled and looked at the broken sky. "That is the question, isn't it?" Chapter 1642, Selfish Reasons. Sonny contemplated his answer for a few moments, then said neutrally, "I guess it's the same as yours." Cassie seemed a little surprised. "The same as mine," he nodded and glanced at her with hidden worry. They were climbing a slope of stone debris, the surface under their feet treacherous and uneven. Cassie seemed to be doing fine, but her movements were a little stiff. No matter how well she had learned to live with her flaw, she was still blind. Sharing other people's perception or sensing a few seconds into the future could not entirely replace sight. However, Sonny could not think of a way to support her on this treacherous slope. He could offer her his hand, but he doubted that she would accept it. They were not that close. Now, in the end, he did nothing. "Indeed. You told me that you had always wanted to destroy fate, but that is not entirely true, is it? You wouldn't want to struggle against fate if it carried you to a wonderful outcome. The outcome you saw must be terrible, so what you really want is to reach a desirable outcome, not destroy fate. The latter is merely a means to an end, while the former is the end. That is your interest." Sonny shrugged. "It is the same for me. My interest is to reach a desirable outcome." Cassie hesitated for a moment. "So what is the outcome you desire?" He grinned. "How can I know? It's too soon to talk about an outcome. I don't even know what will happen, let alone how I might want it to end. I merely have a few ideas. In any case, that question is better aimed at you, Saint Cassia. You are much better informed about the future than I am. So, what outcome do you desire?" Now they were on the right track. Mutual trust was the end goal, but it had to be built on the foundation of mutual benefit. To help each other benefit, they needed to know what each of them wanted. What was it that Cassie desired? Even after knowing her for so many years, Sonny was not sure. She had always kept her secrets close, which was why he did not expect to hear her honest response. "I want to save the world." Sonny almost tripped, startled. What? His eyes might have widened a little. Cassie laughed quietly. "Why are you so surprised? It's only reasonable. After all, I am a part of the world, and so are those people I care about. If the world is destroyed, everything I cherish will be destroyed with it. All right, maybe I was a little grandiose in my statement. I do want to save the world, but purely for selfish reasons. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to say that I want to save myself. It's just that one and the other are inseparable." Sonny stared at her silently for a few moments. "Should I take it as confirmation, then, that the world is doomed?" "Ah, it's a bit disconcerting. I did not expect to hear something like that from an oracle as powerful as you." He looked at the shattered moon. The background was also very ominous. Cassie shrugged. "I suspect that you know perfectly well what fate awaits our world. It is obvious that the world is doomed. What most people don't realize is how little time we have left. Those who pay careful attention to the nightmare spell, though, do." Sonny frowned. Was she talking about the fact that their world would eventually be devoured by the dream realm? It would be natural to assume that Sunny knew, considering that she suspected that he had been on Alethia's island with them. More than that, it was no secret the great clans had known as well, which was why they were focused on conquering a new world instead of trying to save the old one. Or was she talking about the forgotten god and his inevitable awakening? The moment that ancient being struggled free of its slumber, the very existence could come undone at the seams, and the everlasting void could be unleashed from its prison. Or were these two events inseparable as well? He grimaced. So what are your immediate goals? Cassie smiled faintly. I don't think that we know each other well enough to share such details. Sunny, maybe I'll tell you another day after learning more about you from your memories. Sunny sighed. Fair enough. As for my immediate goals, I'm not trying to doubt your competence, Saint Cassia, but how are you going to get me inside the castle? The guards, the runic array, the other safeguards the king must have put in place, you don't seem to be too concerned about any of these. Cassie was climbing several steps ahead from him, just a few meters from the more intact section of the wall. Once they reached it, there would be ascended warriors patrolling, and if any of them saw Song of the Fallen escorting an intruder into the stronghold of their clan, things would turn ugly. She was not going to just stride into the heart of Anvil's domain, was she? Cassie stopped for a moment, then continued climbing. Don't worry about it. I will keep my word. At the same time, she raised her hands and carefully pulled her blindfold off, tying it around one of her wrists. A few moments later, they were on top of the wall. There were enchanted lanterns installed on wooden posts, illuminating the ramparts. And there, just a few meters in front of them, 3 heavily armored masters were standing, staring at Cassie and Sunny with vigilant expressions. He could see dangerous flames igniting in their eyes. One of them placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and asked, his voice a mix of confusion and wariness. Saint Cassia, who? Damn it! Sunny did not move. And in the next moment, the 3 Knights of Valor underwent an eerie change. Their eyes suddenly grew unfocused, drifting away from Cassie's delicate figure. The tense expressions on their faces disappeared. They remained motionless for a few moments, then continued on their patrol without ever looking back. One walked right past the blind seer, brushing against her sea-wave cloak. Cassie calmly moved in the opposite direction, leaving the patrol behind. A moment later, she said over her shoulder, Don't worry, they won't remember seeing us. Sunny hurriedly followed her, quietly impressed and more than a little bit disturbed. What an insidious power indeed. Chapter 1643. Unseen Sunny had contemplated the ways Cassie could get him inside the castle. From using a secret passage through the ruins, to using her intricate knowledge of runic sorcery to interfere with the defensive array, there were many potential methods for someone as resourceful as her to choose from. What he had not expected was that she would, indeed, simply stride inside without paying the elite forces of valor any heed. Cassie simply walked forward at a mild pace, poised and elegant. Her calm steps were unhurried. She did not try to avoid the light of the enchanted lanterns or hide from the patrolling knights, acting like nothing was the matter. And yet, despite Sunny's presence, no one paid her any attention or barred her path. The powerful ascended guarding the castle shivered slightly when her gaze fell on them, their expressions turning slack for a moment. Then they stepped aside and silently continued on their way, as if both Cassie and Sunny had somehow turned invisible. Not invisible, impossible to focus on or remember. The memory of seeing the strange pair was completely erased from the minds of the elite warriors of valor, replaced by a false recollection of nothing notable happening. It was rather impressive and deeply disturbing. Sunny was walking behind Cassie, so he could not see her eyes. He wasn't sure he wanted to, either. Looking at her delicate back, he could not help but remember the suffocating despair and cold dread of Low 49. The sinister powers of the transcendent terror that had consumed the station were eerily similar to what Cassie was now capable of. There were differences, of course, but the resemblance was there as well. Ah, I hate mental attacks. From the forgotten shore to the desolate expanse of Antarctica, these were the kinds of powers he was wary of the most. There had been creatures who left him broken and bleeding, barely clinging to life, but it were the insidious beings who influenced the mind that had given him the deepest scars. Luckily, Sonny's resistance to mental attacks was now incomparably high. Still, he wondered what Cassie would be capable of if she went all out and fully unleashed her power. Another scene surfaced in his mind. The scene of the battle in the drowned temple of fallen Grace, where they had fought against the defiled Sibyl and her enthralled guardians. Back then, he had seen the echo of torment fight against the drowned, of course. Sonny had not known her true identity yet. There had been a moment when the echo raised one of the demons above the shallow water, and gazed into its eyes. The abomination's body convulsed. An indescribable sound escaped from its mouth, and its lifeless body was tossed aside like a rag doll. In that short moment, had the echo burned all of the demon's memories away, turning the drowned warrior into a mindless shell of a living being. Speaking of, where was that echo now? That was not the most sinister aspect of Cassie's power either. Having your memory wiped clean was frightening, true, but having it changed without your knowledge was much more terrifying. Could she enthrall people into becoming her marionettes? Turn loyal soldiers into zealous traitors? Create witnesses to non-existent crimes who sincerely believed in the truthfulness of their testimonies, so that no telepathic aspect could disprove them? The loss of one's identity was somehow more frightening than the loss of one's life. Her aspect was simply too insidious. In hindsight, perhaps the Knights of Valor were lucky to only have their memories manipulated a little. I know that there are limits and conditions to her power, but still. She must have hidden it really well, to not be included in the highest tier of saints. Sonny looked around, studying the ruins of True Bastion. It was hard to say because of how damaged and dilapidated the castle was, but it seemed somewhat different from the illusory version. Currently, they were still on the remains of the outer wall. Below it was an ancient scene of devastation, with a few relatively intact sections of the ruin towering above. At that moment, Cassie spoke in a calm tone. The true castle is hidden in the reflection of its illusory counterpart. If one knows how to look, they might glimpse the truth when looking at the lake. The false bastion is a relatively safe place now that the Knights of Valor have eradicated most abominations around it. The true bastion, however, is fraught with peril. She paused for a moment. Whatever you do, do not drink the water from the lake. Do not look at reflections, and if a reflection moves strangely, walk away immediately. Above all else, do not answer if a reflection speaks to you. It will perceive it as an invitation. Sonny raised an eyebrow. Good thing I am always wary of mirrors thanks to Mordred. Does it have something to do with that guy? Cassie understood who he was talking about without having to hear a name. She shook her head lightly. No, it is simply the nature of this place. The creatures in the lake are deadly, and so are those in the forest. However, the things that come from reflections are the most dangerous, because they are too strange and we know too little about them. We call them the others. She took a few more steps and continued calmly. We must be wary of the others, but we also must be wary of the king. I can shelter you from the gazes of his servants because their swords are sheathed and slumbering. But if you see a sword that is drawn, hide immediately. You must possess some ability to hide yourself, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to traverse the lake. Sonny nodded, prompting Cassie to add, You did well to come unarmed. Do not summon a sword of your own while you are here, even if it wasn't forged by valor. Oh, and take this. She handed him a smooth pebble without turning around. Sonny took it and noticed a complicated weave of elegant runes carved into its surface. The pebble felt slightly warm to the touch. Cassie explained, "This is a token that will allow you to pass most of the defensive enchantments. A counterfeit one, I made it myself, so don't lose it." She took a deep breath and then added, a hint of tension finally finding its way into her voice. "If you do, the two of us will end up being invited to an audience with the king. One that we will remember for the rest of our lives, our short and painful lives, that is." Sunny smiled darkly, remembering the sight of Anvil facing that great titan in Antarctica. He knew that the two of them would meet eventually, but it was too soon to meet the King of Swords for now. "Is he really here?" Before Cassie could answer, a loud sound rolled across the ruins, disturbing the silence of the night. It was deep and melodious, ringing across the dark lake like thunder, the sound of a hammer falling on an anvil. Chapter 1644. Royal Forge. The ringing of steel was still echoing across the desolate ruin when Sunny shifted slightly and looked in the direction where the sound had come from. There was a tall tower rising into the broken sky some distance away. Its walls were covered by a net of deep cracks, but the crumbling tower still stood straight and proud, much higher than any other structure in the vast ruin. Outlined against the pale radiance of the shattered moon, its dark shape was like a battered sword thrust into the ground by the hand of a celestial giant. The tower was dark, but at the very top of it, a fiery glow escaped from the arching windows. It was as if a sea of vermilion flame was burning inside. That was where the ringing sound had come from. A moment later, another strike resounded, and then another. They rolled across the restless lake, forceful and methodical, filling the night with the sound of clashing metal. Suddenly, Sunny felt as if he was on a battlefield and his heart started to beat faster. He froze for a moment, looking at the dark tower with a somber expression. "What is that?" Cassie turned to face the tower as well. She remained silent for a few moments, then said evenly, "It's the king. He is forging." Sunny couldn't help but frown. He had just asked about Anvil's whereabouts, and a moment later, the King of Sword announced his presence. Sunny did not really fear him, but that was not because the Steel Sovereign was not worthy of being feared. It was simply because Sunny had developed an unwise tolerance for fear after a decade of being constantly exposed to all kinds of unimaginable horror. Still, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't apprehensive. Spooky bastard. He hesitated for a moment, then asked quietly, "What is he forging?" Cassie smiled. "What else? He is forging a sword. The king must have created 1,000,000 of them already, but he never stops for long. The swords that the Knights of Valor wield are merely some that he discarded. The ones paladins wield are as well." Then the storm of swords Anvil had commanded in Antarctica were all forged by him. Then, probably. Sunny could not really imagine how a human being could have created so many of them. He sighed, and here I was thinking myself an accomplished weaponsmith. Cassie tilted her head a little. "Oh, right, you create memories." A faint smile appeared on her lips. "Sorry, with everything else, I almost forgot." Sunny studied the pebble she had given him. The weave of runes was elegant and intricate. He could not quite decipher it because the runes did not inscribe a functional enchantment. Instead, they made the pebble a part of a much larger one without comprehending the entire array. He wouldn't be able to comprehend the runes carved into the small stone. It was interesting, though. The pebble must have let the defensive array know that Sunny was allowed into the castle. It was warm to the touch. But where did the essence that nourished the pebble come from? He didn't feel it consuming his own, and there was no nexus inside to store some. "You are a skilled sorceress yourself, it seems." Cassie nodded lightly. "My skill is sufficient, I guess. I've been taught a little by a man named Noctis in my second nightmare. After that, I learned from the enchanters of valor and on my own. What about you?" Sunny lingered for a while, then answered simply, "I am self-taught." His only teachers were the nightmare spell and necessity. Neither could take credit for his accomplishments. She made a turn, heading for a more damaged section of the wall, and said, "I am curious, though. Creating a memory is not a question of skill. No matter how good I am at runic sorcery, it's not something I can do. The same goes for enchanters of valor. They are only capable of forging memories because of the kind of aspects the members of the main family and its branches tend to awaken, not because of sorcery. So, Sonny, are you perchance a bastard son of King Anvil?" Sonny stared at her silently for a while, making sure that she was serious. She was. "Well, I guess it might look that way. A mysterious man who can create memories, lives in Bastion, and is somehow a saint on top of it all." Sonny barely prevented himself from exploding with laughter. If he hadn't covered his mouth with both hands, sentries all across the wall would have been alerted to their presence. Me? Anvil's son? Gods, no. Although I must admit it would have been very funny if there was yet another estranged son of his wandering around the dream realm. He shook his head. "No. And before you ask, I'm not a son of Madoc or any other member of their family either. Do I look like a legacy to you?" Cassie was silent for a moment. "You do not look like anything to me. I'm blind." Sonny coughed awkwardly, prompting her to smile. "And the last time we met, we were alone, so I could only borrow your sight, which meant staring at myself for the entire conversation. Well, I won't lie. I did steal a peek through the eyes of the knights we've met today. I was curious to see what the famous owner of the IC of the Brilliant Emporium Cafe looks like." She shrugged. "Actually, you do look like a legacy, but maybe it's just because of the confidence that comes with being a saint." Sonny shook his head with a crooked smile, not letting her off. "I'm sure that you observed me carefully and for a while before paying a visit to the Brilliant Emporium. And by observed, I mean spied on. Thank you for the compliment in any case." This time it was Cassie's turn to cough. "I'm right on the money." He enjoyed her slight embarrassment for a few moments, then said neutrally, "I don't know much about how enchanters of valor create memories, but it is probably due to the war god's lineage. After all, she is also the goddess of progress, technology, and craft. Plus, family members are known to awaken aspects of a similar nature, perhaps due to sharing a similar upbringing and fate. I assure you, my upbringing was quite different from that of a member of Clan Valor." Sonny hesitated before adding, "The way I create memories is different from theirs." Cassie tilted her head a little and asked curiously, "I've been told that the memories you make are not very potent, but have the benefit of being perfectly suited for their wielder. You must be hiding the true extent of your abilities to avoid attention, though. How good are you, exactly?" Sonny briefly glanced at Cassie's delicate neck, noticing a thin string hanging around it. Would she be able to remember if he said that the charm she wore had been made supreme by him? Probably not. He smiled. "I doubt that any person in the world can create a better memory than me." It wasn't an empty boast. Forgemasters of valor could create potent memories, but their craft was the result of unique aspect abilities and runic sorcery, which was alien to the concept of memories. Sonny, meanwhile, was a true weaver, the only master of weaver's sorcery in existence. Therefore, his abilities were broader and infinitely more flexible. So really, there was just one entity better than him at creating memories: the nightmare spell. But he wasn't going to compete with that. He glanced at Cassie and asked, "Why? Are you going to order a memory after all? Let me tell you, Saint Cassia, I'll give you an exclusive discount. Our service is top-notch and we can handle all kinds of orders. Combat memories, utility memories, even cosmetic memories are not out of the question. Also, I don't usually do this, but just for you I'll disclose a big secret. We can even make a custom name and description for your memory. There's no better memento or one-of-a-kind gift for a loved one." Cassie touched her hair nervously, then added in a dubious tone, "Really? Well, I might indeed commission a custom memory from you then." Chapter 1645. Found nothing. Cassie guided Sunny deeper into the ruins. She showed more caution after descending from the outer wall. To his relief, the young woman remained calm and composed, but he noticed that she chose roundabout paths, keeping to the less populated areas of the ancient castle. From time to time, ghostly runes ignited on the weathered stones as they passed. The pebbles Sunny held in his hands grew a little warmer in those moments. After a while, Cassie spoke again. "We are staying in the desolate parts of True Bastion to avoid running into someone powerful. I can handle the nights without too much problem, but if we meet a saint, especially one from the direct bloodline, a complication might arise." Sunny nodded, strangely relieved. It was nice to have confirmation that Cassie's power was not limitless, even if she was on his side. The blind seer lingered for a few moments, then asked, "You only told me that you needed to get inside the castle. Where exactly do you want me to lead you?" He shrugged. "As close to the main keep as possible. I'll know where I need to go once I get there." In fact, Sunny did not know the precise location of what he was looking for. He just knew that there was something hidden here in Bastion, and that the members of Clan Valor must not have found it yet. Well, maybe they had. But he was willing to bet that they hadn't. That was because the timeline did not make sense. The citadel that the founder of Valor had conquered was the illusory Bastion, not the real one. Otherwise, it would not have been conquered at all. No member of the first generation had been powerful enough to survive in a death zone, after all, let alone claim it. It was only after Broken Sword, Anvil, Kai Song, and Asterion had become transcendent that this hidden place was disturbed by humans. Even then, Sunny doubted that Valor had truly occupied the True Bastion before the Sovereigns emerged, which meant that they had not had a lot of time to explore the vast ruin, especially considering how dangerous it was, and how few people had access to it. The best warriors of Valor had also spent more than a decade conquering distant regions of the Dream Realm to expand the king's domain. Perhaps Anvil and his knights had discovered a few of the more easily accessible secrets of the fallen castle, but Sunny doubted that they would have found them all, or at least he hoped so. His hope was based on the fact that there was only one person in the world who possessed a demon's lineage, and that person was him. So, Sunny cautiously extended his senses outward, communicating with the ancient shadows populating the ruin. He could feel the dark hollows hiding under the rubble. Some of them were simply the result of stone blocks falling on each other. Some were halls and chambers that had been buried and forgotten in the devastation. However, none of them were what he was looking for. Cassie led him deeper into the ruin, choosing the most deserted paths. Neither of them needed a source of light to walk, so their passage was quiet and unseen, illuminated only by the pale radiance of the shattered moon. They walked across crumbling parapets and half-buried pathways, the ancient stones hanging dangerously above their heads. Anvil's hammer continued to ring, steady and powerful like the beating of an emotionless steel heart. Sunny glanced at Cassie and said in a neutral tone, "It must be a real chore to sleep here." She seemed surprised. Who would be insane enough to sleep in a place like this? Then the young woman hesitated for a few moments and added with a sigh, "It is forbidden, actually. This land used to belong to the demon of imagination. Here, what you dream about might very well become reality. The last time a knight dozed off on the wall, we lost 4 masters to his nightmare." Sunny fell silent with an appalled expression on his face. That was a little bit too much. A death zone is a death zone, I guess. If Nightmare wasn't busy performing an important task in Godgrave, he would have summoned him immediately. As they drew closer to the inner area of the ruined castle, Sunny sent his shadow sense down into the mass of the drowned mountain below. He was cautious, limiting its reach to a narrow beam of sorts. Something like that had not been possible before, but after becoming a saint, he learned how to control his senses better. The mass of stone beneath his feet seemed solid enough. Sonny followed Cassie, while concentrating on the ancient ruins. He even closed his eyes to feel the surroundings better. However, he felt nothing. The longer they spent among the ruins, the less of anything he felt. I'm sure there is something. If it had been before, Sonny would have probably been drawn to a fateful location by his intuition, or simply stumbled upon it due to being fated. But now, he was the opposite of that, and his intuition remained silent. Cassie did not show it, but she must have grown uneasy about their aimless wandering by now. Indeed, he would seem like a complete lunatic if his search did not produce a result. Who infiltrates the secret stronghold of a sovereign for nothing? Nothing, Sonny smiled. Found it. There was absolutely nothing below them. But that was exactly what gave away the hidden sanctum. Even if the mountain was made from solid stone, there would be cracks and crevasses inside it, and those would be populated by ancient shadows. With how potent Sonny's shadow sense was, he would have felt their presence. But he felt nothing, which meant that something was blocking his senses. Deep below, Sonny opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Noticing that he had stopped, Cassie halted and turned to face him. Her eyes were blue and clear, devoid of any abnormality. He still chose to look away. "What is the matter?" Sonny smiled subtly and shrugged. "I found what I was looking for." She tilted her head a little. "What now, then?" He hesitated for a bit, then sighed. "Now. Please excuse me for a moment, Saint Cassia." Taking a step forward, he placed his hands on her delicate shoulders, and then he pulled her into the shadows, teleporting both of them into the depth of the mountain. Chapter 1646, Dungeons and Demons. A moment later, the two of them were far below ground, with countless tons of stone hanging above their heads. If Sonny was not mistaken, the hidden sanctum he had found was most of the way to the bottom of the lake, at the very heart of the mountains. In the past, Sonny had not been able to carry living beings with him when stepping through the shadows, with the sole exception of Nephi's. It was different now that he was a saint, though. He could pull much heavier inanimate objects with him, as well as actual people. The latter were very cumbersome, though, consuming a lot of his essence. Especially those whose souls were vast and powerful. Teleporting Cassie with him, and to such a remote place, had drained a good portion of his reserves. Sonny sighed inwardly and tried to take a deep breath. There was nothing to inhale, though. A strangely calm voice resounded in his head, startling him. "There is no air here." It was Cassie's voice. But why was she so calm? Sonny glanced at the blind seer with a hint of confusion, then shrugged and summoned the quintessence pearl. A few seconds later, a beautiful white pearl appeared in his hand. This time, Sonny did not place it in his mouth, keeping it between himself and Cassie. Soon the two of them were able to breathe again. "Please stay close, Saint Cassia." Saints could keep their breath for much longer than mundane people, so neither of them had felt any discomfort in these few moments. Still, he had expected that Cassie would be at least a little startled. But then again, why would she be? Cassie did not receive visions of the future anymore, but her awakened ability was functioning perfectly fine. She must have known that Sonny would use Shadow Step a few seconds before he had, and saw him summoning the quintessence pearl before he ever did. Cassie usually acted in a way that made people forget about this ability of hers, but if one stopped to think about it, she had every conversation and witnessed every event twice. For as long as her awakened ability was active, it was all but impossible to surprise her, and she would have definitely kept it active while sneaking a suspicious saint into a sovereign stronghold. Her ascended ability, meanwhile, seemed to have undergone a change. Unless she was using a memory to communicate with him telepathically, it was that ability of hers that allowed her to talk to people she had marked. Sonny was well acquainted with this manner of conversation thanks to the Shroud of Dusk, so he wasn't worried about thinking an unwanted thought aloud. Convenient. No wonder Nephi's had seemed so well informed about his shadows when they met in the nameless temple. Cassie, meanwhile, looked like she was having similar thoughts. Facing Sunny, she tilted her head a little and asked, "A spatial movement ability?" He nodded. "Well, yes, something like that." She contemplated for a few moments, then said casually, "Huh, convenient." Sunny blinked. With that out of the way, he could finally look around. His shadow sense was rendered useless, so he could only rely on his sight now. The space where the two of them had found themselves was not very large and submerged in total darkness. Luckily, it was a mundane kind of darkness which did not pose an obstacle for him. They were in a small chamber. It was clearly artificial as opposed to naturally formed. The walls were smooth and polished, with no seams on their stone surface. The ceiling was high. There was nothing in the stone chamber, no furniture, no spiderwebs, no runic circles carved into the floor. There was only a tall door, which seemed to have been carved from a single piece of dark wood. Nevertheless, Sunny felt the same kind of discomfort he had felt once in the ebony tower when looking at it. The door seemed quite mundane, but it was also ever so slightly wrong. The handle was placed a bit too high, its shape was a bit off, the hinges were spaced strangely. It was as though it had been made for a being that resembled a human but was not quite human. A demon, perhaps. Cassie remained motionless, but he knew that she was studying the stone chamber through his eyes. A few moments later, she spoke. "I know that it might be strange to only ask now, but Sunny, what exactly are you trying to find here? And where is here exactly?" He smiled subtly. "We are far below the castle, at the heart of the mountain, in a place that the demon of imagination must have left behind. As for what I am searching for, it's simple." He took a careful step toward the door. "It's power." Cassie seemed surprised. "Power?" Sunny nodded. "Haven't you heard St. Cassia? Knowledge is the origin of power. At least that was what the demon of fate thought, and I'm inclined to agree. Ah, but it is also the heaviest thing in the world, so not everyone is strong enough to hold it." She turned her head sharply, but Sunny simply continued in a carefree tone. "So what I am trying to find here is lost knowledge, and if I am lucky, something just as forbidden." With that, Sunny grabbed the handle, turned it, and pushed the door open, or at least he tried to. The door didn't budge. Scowling slightly, Sunny put more strength into it. He had a lot of strength as a transcendent terror, and yet the door didn't move. "Is it locked?" "But there is no lock. Have the hinges rusted through?" "Oh, wait. You should try pulling." Sunny coughed awkwardly, then pulled instead of pushing. The door opened easily and the hinges produced no noise. "I was just going to, yeah." Cassie did not say anything and walked over, stopping just behind him. Sunny tensed slightly. Why is she standing so close? "Oh, right, I told her to because of the quintessence pearl. So what kind of knowledge do you hope to find?" He walked out of the stone chamber and stopped, studying the long corridor beyond. "Oh, you know. Nothing too unexpected. Why did the Doom War start? How did it end? Who won? How did the gods die? How did the demons die? Where are their corpses?" Sunny took a deep breath and added nonchalantly, "Why was the nightmare spell created? What is its purpose? What happened to its creator?" Simple stuff like that, of course. There was another goal Sunny was pursuing, and another thing he wanted to find. The remaining parts of Weaver's forbidden lineage. He wanted them. He wasn't satisfied with only having an incomplete collection of fragments. Not anymore, at least. Chapter 1647, Infinity Mirror. Now, this is going to be a problem. Standing on the threshold, Sunny studied the long corridor. It stretched in both directions as far as he could see, bending slightly. The stone floor was smooth and even, while the tall ceiling was illuminated by a scattering of softly glowing gemstones. The turquoise gems were embedded into it, dimly drowning the corridor in pale light. The problem was with the walls. Both of them were perfectly smooth and seamless, as if the corridor had been formed inside the mountain by some unknown means instead of being constructed. Much worse, their glossy surface was reflective. The walls of the corridor were like two endless mirrors. Remembering what Cassie had said, Sunny frowned. The blind seer inhaled deeply behind him. "Oh my," her voice was somber. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then asked neutrally, "Left or right?" Cassie answered with a hint of confusion. "Why are you asking me?" He scratched the back of his head and shrugged. "Why not? My luck is pretty much non-existent, so I'll trust your intuition." She tilted her head a little. "Really? Because my intuition tells me to get out of here as soon as possible." "Yeah, I should have expected that answer." Sunny closed his eyes for a second, then cleared his throat. "On second thought, why don't we just go left?" The moment the two of them stepped into the corridor, their reflections appeared on the polished walls. Since the two endless mirrors were positioned directly opposite each other, the reflections stretched into infinity, forming countless mirrored corridors. When Sunny took a step, a legion of his reflections took a step. When Cassie followed, a legion of her reflections followed too. They were surrounded by a myriad of identical copies of themselves, marching in step with them on both sides. Suddenly, he felt very uneasy. "You said not to answer if a reflection speaks to me, right?" Cassie nodded, and a myriad of her reflections nodded at him at the same time. Sunny's reflections were pale and somber. Cassie's reflections were beautiful and moved with elegant grace. "It's better not to look at them at all. See no evil and all that," he grimaced. "And my shadow sense just happens to be gone. What a convenient coincidence." Frowning, he lowered his head and looked at the floor. As Sunny walked forward, he concentrated on his feet. Nevertheless, he could still glimpse the reflections at the periphery of his vision, all walking forward while looking down. Only, did he imagine it, or was one of the countless reflections completely still and staring directly at him instead? Sunny had to use all of his willpower to keep looking down instead of turning to confirm it. A moment later, there was nothing out of the ordinary in his peripheral vision once again. How powerful are these others exactly? He spoke in his mind instead of aloud, believing that Cassie would hear him. Indeed, her response came a few moments later. "Nobody knows. From the reports I've seen, they are sometimes as powerful as the person they reflect. Sometimes they are strangely brittle. But don't rely on my information too much. It's misleading, because reports are only left by those who survived. As for those who didn't, there is no way to tell what they faced." Sunny frowned. Cassie lingered for a bit, then added, "What makes them so dangerous is not their power, but rather their strangeness. We don't know what they are, where they come from, what motivates them, how they think, or if they think at all. When you fight a human or a nightmare creature, you can usually predict what will happen, even if only in broad strokes, because you know what drives your enemy. It's different with the others." He nodded quietly. What people feared the most was the unknown, and what was not known posed the most danger. But if the reflections do come to life, we should be fine as long as we don't look to them and don't speak to them. "Right." Cassie remained silent longer this time. "I don't know." Sunny grimaced. All around him, a myriad of reflections grimaced as well. "How long is this damned corridor?" They had been walking for a while already. However, there was no sign of other doors and no end in sight. The mirror tunnel was empty and silent, the dark, dim light of turquoise gemstones washing it in ghostly light. The only sound that broke the silence was the soft rustle of Cassie's clothes. Sunny's steps, meanwhile, were completely noiseless, but then another sound broke the silence, making him stop in his tracks. It was the quiet but unmistakable sound of a glass surface cracking. Sunny froze for a moment. "To hell with this." Turning around, he grabbed Cassie and immediately used Shadow Step to teleport back in the direction they had come. Without Shadow Sense, he could only jump as far as he could see after a swift series of consecutive jumps. Sunny returned them to the small stone chamber and shut the door, then slumped tiredly on the floor. "Damn. I hate mirrors so much." Come to think of it, there had to be some connection between the reason he tended to avoid mirrors and this place. Mordred must have visited Bastion before being handed to Asterion. Had he perhaps encountered something strange here? Or maybe his mother? Cassie quietly straightened her clothes and sat down as well. Neither of them were physically tired, but being on edge for extended periods of time inevitably led to mental fatigue. She was silent for a while, then asked, "So, what now, Sonny?" "We turning back." He glanced at her darkly and remained motionless for a moment. Then he shook his head. "No." With that, Sonny raised his free hand and summoned another memory. A few moments later, a small lantern carved out of black stone appeared on his palm. Cassie turned her head and concentrated on it, a slight frown appearing on her face. "A lantern," he nodded. "Indeed, however, it is a very special one. This lantern does not produce light. Instead, it swallows it." What was a reflection? It was light that had been cast back. Therefore, much like shadows, reflections could not exist without light. Gritting his teeth, Sonny stood up and opened the door of the stone chamber again. At the same time, he opened the gate of the shadow lantern. A moment later, a torrent of shadows surged into the mirror corridor, flooding it with impenetrable darkness. Chapter 1648, Lost in Reflection. A torrent of shadows flowed into the corridor, submerging it in total darkness. The light of the glowing gemstones was swallowed and disappeared without trace, turning them bleak and lifeless. Sonny had summoned a swarm of vast and ancient shadows to do the job. These old shadows were unfathomable. It would have taken an equally potent source of light to dispel them. The gemstones had been created from the mind of the demon of imagination. True, perhaps they would have chased away the darkness if the shadows were alone. But they were in the presence of their lord, and that alone made them much more tyrannical. A few moments later, a long stretch of the corridor had turned completely lightless. The infinity mirror of its walls was now dull and empty. Nothing reflected on their dim surface, and no reflection haunted the hidden sanctum. Sonny let out a quiet sigh. Who knew that I would use this trick today? What he had done was not pure improvisation. Instead, it was one of the methods he had contemplated when thinking about how to deal with Mordred. Cassie seemed impressed. "These shadows obey you," Sonny shrugged. "If I treat them nicely." Wild shadows were like that. Most were devoted to Sonny, but some were obstinate and willful. The former would obey him out of affection or reverence, but the latter needed to be coaxed and enticed. "Let's go." The two of them returned to the corridor. It seemed much smaller without the countless reflections stretching endlessly into the ghostly distance. Claustrophobic, even still, Sonny felt much more at ease now than he had before. Cassie suddenly spoke, drawing his attention. "Are we going left again?" Sonny smiled. "That is a good question." "No, let's try right this time." They turned right and started walking at a measured pace. The shadows moved with them, keeping the corridor dark both ahead and behind. Just like that, Sonny and Cassie advanced forward for a while. Then they encountered an intersection. A similar corridor crossed the one they had been traversing, and so Sonny had another choice to make. He frowned slightly and decided to turn right again. The second corridor had a slight bend to it as well, so it was impossible to see far ahead. Some time later there was another intersection, and then another and another. Some intersections formed 4 paths, some only 3. There were even bizarre ones that had 6, 7, or 8 turns. There were dead ends as well, and corridors that led to one of the crossroads Sonny and Cassie had already passed. The corridors themselves weren't straight, either bending and twisting at unexpected angles. It was a mirror labyrinth. After a while, Sonny sighed and stopped, covering his face with a palm. In front of them was an open door leading to a small stone chamber, the same chamber they had left behind. "Have you noticed it?" Cassie's voice was calm. He lingered for a while, then nodded. "Yeah, damn it." Sonny had been counting his steps this whole time. It was hard to keep track because of how convoluted the maze of mirrors was, but he was certain of it. They had walked more in each direction than the width of the mountain was, which meant that the labyrinth was not beholden to the size of the mountain. It could be endless for all Sonny knew. Shaking his head, he leaned on the wall and summoned the endless spring. Drinking deeply from the beautiful glass bottle, he then handed it to Cassie. The young woman took the memory and frowned for a moment. Then, forgetting the meaning that it held, she brought it to her lips and then returned it to Sonny. "We can try again." He hesitated for a bit, then slowly shook his head. "No, we've been here for too long already. There is still some time before sunrise, but I won't be able to solve this maze quickly. This is going to be a long project." Cassie raised an eyebrow. "We have only agreed that I will bring you inside the castle once." Sonny smiled. "Yes, and I have only promised to show you one of my memories. Surely you want to see more, and I want to explore this place more. It works out perfectly, does it not? We can meet once a month during the full moon. This way, both of us will slowly gain the knowledge we desire." She hesitated. "I don't know how long I'll remain in Bastion, though. Maybe there is something else you want." His smile turned a little darker. "There are many things I want, Saint Cassia, but this is the deal I am offering." Cassie frowned, remained silent for a few moments, then nodded. "Fine. I will guide you inside the castle once again next month, in exchange for another memory." Sonny dismissed the endless spring and suppressed a chuckle. Why did she put on a show if we both knew that she would agree? "It's a date, then." He froze for a moment, then added hurriedly, "No, wait, it's not a date. I misspoke. It's an arrangement." "You know what I mean." Cassie observed him with a hint of amusement, then shrugged. "As you wish. Now I think it's time for me to receive my payment." Sonny sighed. He had not been looking forward to this part. "Fine. We have a bit of time left, so let's do it here." As long as he returned to the lake before sunrise, there was no safer place in Bastion than this labyrinth. Here, they were hidden from the king's gaze, and no one would disturb them. "I still hate it." Sonny led Cassie into the stone chamber, called the shadows back into the lantern, and closed the door. Then he sat on the floor, cross-legged. Cassie sat down in front of him and calmly looked him in the eyes, her back perfectly straight. "One memory of your choosing." Sonny nodded slowly. She took a deep breath. "Then think about what you want me to see." He did. The bitter cold, the dim twilight, the cracking of ice as he broke through it and climbed onto the desolate shore. The dark storm of seething emotions raging in his hollow heart. Cassie's beautiful blue eyes suddenly glistened, pulling him into their depths, changing, and in the next moment Sonny gasped. Chapter 1649, Memory of Ice. A cold ocean washed the shore of a desolate land, its waves frozen and unmoving. The empty sky seemed dim and uncaring, the sun hidden behind a somber veil. The land itself was silent and forlorn, its lifeless expanse buried in snow. Not far from the shore, the layer of ice shackling of the ocean suddenly fractured and exploded, revealing the restless surface of the dark water. A pale hand rose above the edge and dug into the ice with crushing force. A moment later, a gaunt young man climbed from the cold water, stepping on the frozen waves with a chilling expression on his sunken, alabaster face. His appearance was both tantalizing and frightening. The young man only wore the tattered remains of a military bodysuit, which was mostly gone. His fair skin was as white as snow, marred by countless gruesome but eerily bloodless wounds. His eyes, on the contrary, were as dark as the depths of a lightless abyss. The black silk of his wet hair moved slightly in the frigid wind. He looked like the wretched corpse of a drowned deity that had crawled out of a frozen hell. His slender torso was mostly bare, revealing an intricate tattoo of a coiling serpent that covered most of his arms, chest, and back. The dark serpent was so lifelike that it almost seemed like its onyx scales were moving under the young man's skin. Sonny remained motionless for a while, looking at the desolate landscape in front of him. Then he took a step forward. Finally, after so much time had passed, he was back at the Antarctic Center. He had returned to Falcon Scott. When he took the second step, his gruesomely torn skin was already healing. When he took the third, the intricate plates of a battered onyx armor covered his mangled body, shielding it from the cold and wind. "It looks the same." After the third nightmare, when all was said and done, Sonny had returned to the northern quadrant among the refugees. He spent some time there, taking care of unfinished business, not that there was a lot for him to do after being erased from the world. Meeting Rain was the very last thing he did. Then, untethered from everything and everyone, he set his sights back on Antarctica. Crossing the ocean alone had not been easy. Turning into the onyx serpent, Sonny dove into the lightless depths, where the darkness nurtured his soul and was rich in spirit essence. Sadly, even empowered by soul weave, he could not maintain such an enormous shell constantly. But luckily, there was no shortage of unimaginable horrors populating the oceans of the waking world. Sonny used the serpentine steel, ability of the soul serpent, to augment his fangs, and fought the harrowing depth dwellers to replenish his essence through its soul reaver ability, which allowed serpent to absorb and transfer a portion of soul essence of all beings slain by it in the soul weapon or the soul beast forms. Staying in the shell for such a long time was potentially dangerous now that Sonny did not possess a true name, but the onyx serpent form was one of the few that he could assume without the risk of losing himself. Perhaps it was because he knew it so well, or perhaps it was because he shared a kinship with serpentine creatures as an inheritor of Shadow God. It had taken Sonny weeks to reach Antarctica, and those weeks had been a cold and dreadful nightmare. Out there in the dark depths of the ocean, he had faced horrors so hideous and dire that no words were enough to describe them. He killed some and escaped from others. His body had been torn and broken, but in the end he survived. The very idea of crossing the ocean alone had seemed preposterous before, but now that Sonny was a transcendent terror, he somehow made it a reality. The cold darkness currently reigning over his soul was much more terrible than the ocean anyway. Now that Sonny had left everything behind, his mental state was far from ideal. The pain and anguish had turned into dark anger, and the anger was seething and boiling, refusing to be contained or controlled. In this world there was no place for Sonny anymore, and nothing left for him to do, except to pay his debts, and the first score he needed to settle was with the winter beast. Walking across the frozen waves, Sonny reached the shore of the Antarctic center and looked around without expression. His eyes were like two pools of darkness, full of cold, ruthless killing intent and murderous resentment. Some distance away, the port fortress of Falcon Scott lay in ruins, half buried in snow. The city itself was frozen above it, standing silently on the tall cliffs. The buildings were encased in ice, and so were the remains of the millions of people that had been killed by the winter beast just before the end of the long, dreadful night. Sonny stared at the cliffs for some time, then turned his gaze away. He wasn't quite ready to enter the city yet. He spent several hours roaming the shore aimlessly as if looking for something. The frigid cold was absolutely lethal, but Sonny paid it no attention. His shadow sense spread far and wide, enveloping a vast area of the desolate land. Where is it? Where is it? In the end, he stopped and stared at the ground silently. Finally, there was a hint of emotion on his face. Sonny raised a trembling hand and covered his eyes, a brittle smile twisting his lips. He couldn't find it. The grave where he had buried his soldiers. He had not been quite in right mind back then, and the terrain had been changed a lot by the snow and ice. So he simply did not know where the resting place of Belle, Dorn, and Samara was anymore. Ah, damn it! A stifled sound escaped from his mouth, and then Sonny angrily struck the rusted remains of a broken MWP that lay nearby, covered with snow. There was a thunderous boom, and the massive machine exploded. Jagged pieces of alloy shot into the distance like deadly shrapnel, while its torso was sent flying. It collided against the cliffs 100 or so meters away, causing an entire section of the cliffside to fracture and collapse in an avalanche of shattered rocks. Unfazed, Sonny raised his head to the sky and let out a distorted scream, then looked down, his eyes boiling with dark fury. "Kill it! I will rip that thing apart." Gritting his teeth, he breathed in the cold air of Antarctica and headed for the ruins of the city. Chapter 1650. Frozen City. Sonny did not know what he expected to see in Falcon Scott. He didn't even know why he felt compelled to enter it. And yet, he did enter it, walking along the silent streets with a distant expression on his pale face. He came here precisely because he didn't want to, reluctant to see the monument to his failure. He owed to himself, and to those people whom he had failed to protect, to witness their final resting place in all its horrid glory. Perhaps it was simply because now that no one remembered him, Sonny wanted to at least remember himself. Even the things he would have wanted to forget. The city was pretty much exactly like he had imagined. It was a frozen graveyard. The fatal cold of the winter beast's blizzard had killed everyone in what seemed like mere moments. The corpses were hidden inside the buildings or buried under snow, so the city seemed utterly empty. They had not suffered, at least. Some buildings had collapsed in the past months under the weight of the ice. Others stood like colossal gravestones, or frigid mausoleums, maybe, for those who had perished inside. Strangely enough, no nightmare creatures seemed to have entered the city to feast on the corpses. It was as though the winter beast had marked this place as its territory. Sonny passed a few familiar structures. The barracks where the irregulars had been stationed, the government compound, the dormitory tower where Bate and Professor Obel had lived. His mind was flooded with memories, which only made his mental state deteriorate further. It was a strange thing to be alone. Now that Sonny was alone, erased from existence, he felt no compulsion to control his emotions or maintain the illusion of normalcy. There was no one to witness him fall apart, anyway, and nobody to get the wrong impression of him. There were no tethers connecting him to the world, yes, but as it turned out, those same tethers had been like supports that held his mind together. He must have looked quite disturbing from the side. Only now that Sonny was truly and utterly alone did he realize how much of his habits and behavior had been dictated by the need to blend in with his environment, with human society. Now he didn't have to bother with maintaining acceptable expressions, keeping improper feelings from his gaze and saying the right words, or saying anything at all, really. Maybe I should do all these things anyway. He suspected that giving in to this utter freedom would make him slip into some sort of derangement eventually, but couldn't bother to care. Finally, he reached the crumbled remains of the city wall and spent some time gazing at the snowy field beyond. Climbing over the wreckage, Sonny jumped down, turned his body light enough to walk on the snow, and left the ghost of Falcon Scott behind. This was probably the last time he would ever see it, but that was fine. It was for the best, really. Sometime later, he reached the place where the last soldiers of the first evacuation army had died, killed by the deathly cold of the unnatural snowstorm. Their frozen figures were still there, those closest laying on the ground, those who had endured longer frozen like ice sculptures. His motionless face seemed frozen, too. He spent a while among them, looking at the horizon. The winter beast had retreated into the heart of the landmass, but the signs of its passage remained. Today, Antarctica looked much more like it had once, frigid and encased in ice. It was darkly fitting. Sonny was still consumed by his thoughts when something moved under the snow, and a hideous creature lunged at him from below. He did not move, but shadows around him stirred and shot forward with incredible speed, catching the abomination in the air. A moment later it was gruesomely torn apart, a rain of hot blood falling on Sonny like crimson dew. His expression didn't change, but his eyes gleamed darkly. Strange. It was still strange to kill a nightmare creature and not hear the familiar voice of the spell announce its rank, class, and name. The snow all around him moved and exploded, dozens of grotesque bodies rushing to rip him to shreds. There was a whole swarm of abominations here. Sonny finally moved, a sinister smile contorting his face. He was so fast that it almost seemed as if he simply disappeared in one place and appeared in the other. There was no weapon in his hand, and no need for one, either. The gauntlets of the onyx mantle were more than enough. Falling into the savage battle style of the Barrow Wraiths, Sonny crushed the skull of one of the abominations with his bare fist. A split second later, he was near another, piercing its chest with his hand and crushing its heart. In a blink of an eye, he was already somewhere else, brutally tearing a monster's jaws apart. Sonny fought ruthlessly and methodically, destroying the nightmare creatures in the most swift and brutal fashion. No, it couldn't even be called a fight. He wasn't a fighter right now, he was a butcher, or a ruthless executioner at best. It took him no more than 12 seconds to obliterate the entire swarm. By the time he was done, the blood covering his onyx armor had already turned to ice. The nightmare creatures were dead, but not all of them. He had left one alive. Now, the massive beast was writhing on the snow, struggling to burrow into it as shadows held it in place. There was no escape from Sonny, but the abomination was still desperately trying to run away. Turning his head, Sonny studied the ugly creature and then took a step toward it. "Where are you going? Who allowed you to leave?" Approaching the abomination, he crouched beside it and stared into its frenzied eyes with a smile. The creature's terrifying maw was less than a meter away from his face, but Sonny didn't care. "You chose a wrong day to exist, wretch. Ah, but it's for the best. It's exactly what I need." He outstretched one hand, sensing the soul serpent slither forth. Soon, a torrent of darkness flowed from his fingers onto the snow, forming into a massive shadow. That shadow was not a great serpent, however. Instead, it took the form of a towering creature that had 2 stumpy legs, an emaciated, hunched torso, and disproportionately long, multi-jointed hands, 2 of them, each ending with a set of horrifying bone claws, and another 2, these ones shorter, ending with almost human-like fingers. Its body was covered in ragged, inky black fur, and there were 5 glossy black eyes on its head. Beneath them, a terrible maw crowding with razor-sharp teeth was half open, as though in anticipation. Viscous drool was running down the creature's chin and dripping into the snow. The most unnerving part, though, were the strange shapes endlessly moving, worm-like, under the creature's skin. It was the Mountain King. Or rather, a version of the Mountain King that looked as if it had been dipped into a pool of liquid darkness. Sonny's cold smile widened a little, his dark eyes gleaming with sinister will. "Go on, this one will be the first." Serpent took a heavy step forward and grabbed the struggling abomination with its powerful hand. Then, one of the worm-like larvae moving under his skin crawled from under his claws and burrowed into the monster's flesh. The nightmare creature froze for a moment and then let out a chilling wail. A moment later, its body contorted in a terrible convulsion. Sonny grinned darkly. But not the last, no, not at all. Shadow Slave Audiobook by Kevin, Chapter 1651. New Predator. The formless ability allowed Serpent to assume the form of any shadow resting in Sonny's soul, inheriting its powers and abilities. The shadow had to be of the same or lower rank and class, which meant that the most powerful form Serpent could currently assume was that of the Sibyl of the Fallen Grace, the Terror of Low 49. And in fact, that form was suited for Sonny's goal much better than the Mountain King. However, Serpent had to maintain the transformation with its own essence, and could not sustain such a powerful shape for a long time, let alone constantly. Once the shadow's essence was exhausted, the effects of those powers it had assumed would be gone. In other words, if Sonny had ordered Serpent to turn into the Harrowing Sibyl and enthrall a swarm of nightmare creatures, those abominations would have been released from the mind hex before too long. The Mountain King, meanwhile, was merely an awakened tyrant. As a transcendent terror, Serpent could maintain that form almost indefinitely, especially after Sonny augmented it with the shadows. That was exactly what he needed in order to collect a small army of abominable thralls. It was funny the larvae the Mountain King spawned were dormant beasts. Therefore, his first thrall was also a dormant beast, but one wearing a fallen monster's corpse. What exactly did it make him? Sonny did not know, nor did he care that much. Come to think of it. Sonny glanced at the towering figure of the soul serpent, then at the hideous creature laying obediently on the snow. He sighed. By now, Serpent had to possess at least 2 new abilities since it had risen in class twice while following Rain, and in rank once. But without the spell conveniently informing Sonny about what these abilities did, he had no way of knowing what they were. There had not been a lot of time for research and experimentation either, while he was traversing the toxic wilderness of the northern quadrant and fighting his way through the depths of the ocean. All he had was a suspicion that one of these abilities had to do with Serpent's weapon form, while the other one had to do with souls and spirit essence. However, he wasn't sure. Well, I'll find out later. Once the winter beast was dead, there would be no serious threats left in the Antarctic center for a while. At least until the powerful abominations in East Antarctica sensed its absence and crossed the half-frozen strait. One more reason to kill that cursed thing. Not that Sonny needed more reasons. Looking at the larva with contempt, he remained motionless for a few moments and then turned away. The desolate landscape of the Antarctic center stretched in front of him, tall mountains rising from the snowy plain in the distance. The chilling darkness in Sonny's eyes stirred. Time to hunt. There had been 3 most powerful nightmare creatures in the Antarctic center during the chain of nightmares: the fallen Titan Goliath, the corrupted terror sibyl of the fallen Grace, and the corrupted Titan Winter Beast. Sonny had killed the first 2, while the last now ruled this land, which was to say that Sonny, now a transcendent terror, was the second most terrifying creature in the frigid mountains of the abandoned landmass. He remembered vividly the dreadful gauntlet of the Southern Campaign. Back then, the Antarctic center was like a merciless death trap, with harrowing abominations waiting to ambush him and his soldiers on every turn. He had crossed it once with the first evacuation army, and the second time with a convoy of refugees, each time struggling desperately just to survive. But things were different now. Now, Sonny was the harrowing predator, while the abominations dwelling in the mountains were his prey. He slowly moved south, retracing the steps of the army. It was already winter in Antarctica, but the sun had not fallen beyond the horizon yet. There was twilight and darkness dwelling in the deep canyons between the snowy peaks, so he could remain unseen, moving from shadow to shadow like a stalking beast. Wherever Sonny passed, the snow was painted crimson with blood. The corpses of the nightmare creatures were brutally torn apart, and their carcasses littered the slopes like morbid gardens of mangled flesh. He appeared out of nowhere, surrounded by a tide of shadows, and butchered the abominations with cold, ruthless determination. He even started to enjoy the slaughter after a while. Not all of them died, of course. From time to time, he chose a nightmare creature to be infected with a Mountain King's larva. Slowly but surely, his swarm of thralls grew, which made it harder to hide them. Eventually, he had to abandon stealth and advance forward openly. Sonny hoped that a horde of nightmare creatures would attack him, but sadly, the number of abominations seemed to have dwindled under the winter beast's reign. The great hordes of nightmare creatures were nowhere to be seen. Some must have migrated south, some had succumbed to cold, and some could have even crossed the strait to East Antarctica. Only the strongest and most resilient abominations remained. And these were the abominations Sonny hunted. There were creatures of all kinds following him now. He did not choose the most powerful monstrosities or the most lethal to enthrall, so their combat power was not that impressive. What he pursued was variety of types, shapes, forms, elemental affinities, and resistances. These thralls were not meant to kill the winter beast after all. They were only meant to help Sonny find a way to kill the creature himself. The further inland he went, the colder it became. There were less nightmare creatures around, too, since fewer and fewer of them could withstand the dreadful cold. Even Sonny himself was starting to feel uncomfortable, hiding from the cutting wind and wearing Anank's mantle to warm himself. By the time he reached the ruins of Erebus Field, the cold was almost lethal. Here in the vicinity of Mount Erebus, though, Sonny could at least breathe easily. The siege capital that had once stood at the foot of the volcano was destroyed by Goliath. The ruins were mostly drowned in lava. The lava had long turned to stone, of course, which was now buried by snow. Still, the heat coming from below the ground made this area a little bit warmer. Standing on a cliff above the snowy plain, Sonny took a deep breath and studied it carefully. It will do. There was no better battlefield in the Antarctic center if he wanted to kill the winter beast. Chapter 1652. Terrible Challenger. 2 weeks after Sonny had returned to Antarctica, he stood on a cliff overseeing a vast scene of devastation. In front of him, a great valley was formed from collapsed mountains and stone debris, the ruinous landscape now covered in ice and snow. This was the place where Sky Tide, Wake of Ruin, and Dire Fang had battled the 3 emerged titans: Whispering Legion, Goliath, and Winter Beast. The Whispering Legion had been slain, while the other 2 calamitous abominations drove the saints away. An entire span of the mountain range had been demolished in the process. There were nightmare gates hidden under the crushed stone, without a doubt, or maybe above it. Sonny could not see, because most of the valley was hidden by a raging blizzard. This blizzard was the very same that had once enveloped Falcon Scott, sapping the lives of all its remaining inhabitants. It was the manifestation of the winter beast's authority. The air was so cold that each breath Sonny took felt like he was swallowing a scattering of sharp knives. Not paying it any attention, he was gazing down with an expressionless face, his eyes drowning in deep darkness. His gaunt body was encased in fearsome onyx armor, and that armor was shrouded in darkness. Out there in the valley, far below, a long line of nightmare creatures was advancing into the blizzard. Their movements were still and unnatural, as if they were corpses animated by some unknown force. But at the same time, none of them showed any fear or hesitation. Neither did they show the demented frenzy inherent to most abominations. They just slowly marched into the snow, stretching into a wide line that seemed to encompass the front of the blizzard. A few moments later, the first of the nightmare creatures collapsed, its corpse swiftly becoming encased in ice. Standing on the tall cliff, Sonny pursed his lips in disdain. Weak. Not that he needed these useless things to be strong. No, their purpose was different. It was to show him which type of nightmare creature was the most resistant to the winter beast's cold. From what he could tell, the cursed thing was not that powerful physically, at least as far as Titans went. It did not rule a legion of powerful minions either. What made the winter beast so lethal was its uncanny ability to freeze everything around it to death, corporeal or incorporeal, weak or strong, pure or corrupted. Close to the heart of the blizzard, even time itself seemed slower, as if the chilling cold could freeze the very laws of existence. Sonny might have been burning with murderous hatred, but he had not lost his reason. If he wanted to kill this corrupted titan, he needed to understand it first. Only after dismantling the secrets of the winter beast's power would he be able to slay it. And these thralls were the sacrifice he had prepared to throw into the deathly cold to comprehend it. Soon, they disappeared from sight. Sonny could not see his sacrificial pawns anymore, but Soul Serpent still shared a connection with them. Therefore, he could know if the larvae were still moving or had fallen still. There were all kinds of nightmare creatures under his command, and by studying which ones lasted longer, he would be able to determine a few things about the lethal cold. Come on, die for me. And yet, in the end, Sonny was disappointed, because none of them lasted long. The small army of thralls he had so laboriously created in the past few weeks was obliterated in mere minutes, none of them making it that far into the snowstorm. The cold did not differentiate between large monsters or small, those with affinity to ice or those without. All of them were drained of warmth or frozen solid, dying a meaningless death in the embrace of the winter beast's unholy power. Sonny cursed, then sighed with regret. No matter. The absence of a result was a result in and of itself. The fact that there did not seem to be a kind of resistance effective against the authority of the winter beast's profane domain told Sonny a lot as well. He had contemplated several strategies for just that kind of outcome. These strategies were risky, yes, but actually he did not feel regretful, because they were also much more direct and brutal. Killing the wretched Titan in such a fashion was bound to be much more satisfying. Down in the crumbled valley, the blizzard suddenly expanded as if coming to life. A terrible wind blew, crushing into Sonny with a chilling force. The wall of swirling snow and ice particles slowly advanced, moving in his direction. A dark smile split his face in half. Look at that, serpent. We seem to have been spotted. He had hoped that hiding in the shadows on top of a distant mountain would be enough to throw the Titan off his scent, but he had been wrong. Perhaps the creature had been aware of his presence all along, but did not bother to react until he dared to challenge it directly. In any case, the corrupted Titan, winter beast, was finally rising to deal with the transcendent terror, Sunless. Sonny let out a sigh, then moved his shoulders to stretch his stiff muscles. I guess I'll have to finish the preparations faster. With that, he glanced at the towering figure of the Mountain King that stood in the darkness behind him. Under his gaze, the tyrant suddenly turned into a torrent of black liquid, which then reformed itself into a different, equally ghastly abomination. A spire messenger now stood on the edge of the cliff, its terrifying black beak cutting the wind like a dark blade. The creature's once pale body was now utterly black, and its many powerful limbs pierced the ice with long, sharp talons. Throwing one last look at the approaching snowstorm, Sonny jumped onto its back. In the next moment, the mighty wings of the creature raised a hurricane, and it shot into the air, carrying him back in the direction of Erebus Field. The snowstorm followed. Chapter 1653. Erebus, the monstrous spire messenger, tore apart the jellied wind as it raced across the frigid vastness of the twilight sky. Behind it, a churning wall of dancing snow crawled slowly, devouring the world like a hungry beast. There was a gaunt figure kneeling on the back of the flying monster, clutching at its black feathers with an onyx gauntlet. Sonny did not look back, knowing that Serpent was much faster than the pursuing Titan. In that, at least, they held an advantage. It will catch up soon enough, though. He was contemplating the results of sacrificing his swarm of thralls. None of them had been able to withstand the lethal cold of the winter beast's domain for long, which meant that there was no type of resistance that could help Sonny survive there, at least none he could find in a short amount of time. The thralls had perished swiftly, sapped of warmth of life. Their bodies fell into the snow, slowly turning into ice sculptures. The conclusion, then, was that Sonny had to use something other than a living being to reach the heart of the snowstorm. That would suggest that an undead creature would fare better, but that was not true. There had been a few ghouls among the thralls, and they died just the same. But there is a much simpler solution. He didn't have to enter the heart of the sinister blizzard himself or send one of his shadows. He could simply use an inanimate object, a projectile. Indeed, the simplest solution was most often the correct one. The best way to kill the winter beast was to simply bring down a deluge of ranged attacks on its head, or whatever it was that it had instead of a head. Sunny had not been able to do something like that in the past because there was no telling where the Titan's actual manifestation hid within the vast snowstorm. Now, however, his shadow sense could extend across many kilometers. Even if he failed to find the winter beast's precise location, he could at least pinpoint the general area. That is if that thing even has a physical body. For all I know, it could be a sentient storm. That was one of the risks he had to face. The other problem was actually delivering a ranged attack across such a vast distance. Not only was it physically hard, but the fatal cold and the hurricane wind raging within the snowstorm would become an obstacle. The closer one got to its heart, the worse they became. But where there was a will, there was a way. And if that will was killing intent, someone was going to die by the end of their battle, one way or another. Leaning forward to resist the frigid wind, Sunny smiled. Sometime later, he was sitting on the snow, shielded from the wind by a wall of onyx scales. That wall, of course, was serpent-side. His shadow's soul beast form had grown truly immense now that it was a transcendent terror. Serpent was still far from reaching Daemon's size, of course, but it was rather daunting nevertheless. Its maw looked like it could swallow an entire military app whole. The two of them were in the middle of the icy plain that had been Erebus Field once. Most of the destroyed siege capital was buried under lava rock and snow, with only a few ravaged structures protruding above it like skeletal remains. Sunny was sitting with the tall peak of Mount Erebus behind him. In front of him, far in the distance, the world was slowly disappearing beneath a veil of swirling snow. The already dismal temperature was dropping by the minute, and the winds were growing more violent. He looked disinterested, staring at the snow with a frozen expression. The deep darkness of his eyes was cold and placid, like the surface of an ocean ready to explode into a raging storm. "It has finally arrived, huh?" Sunny took a deep breath and finally looked up, studying the distant snowstorm. Its approach was deceptively slow, but he knew that the wall of snow would consume everything around him very soon. Serpent hissed, the deep sound of its voice reverberating across the icy plain. "It's time to start, then." Sunny's words hung in the frigid air for a moment and were swiftly swallowed by the howling of the wind. A split second later, though, the world shook. Cracks formed on the vast field of snow, and far behind him, the mouth of Mount Erebus suddenly exploded with a gargantuan pillar of ash. A terrifying gust of hot wind rolled across the desolate landscape, pushing back the cold for a moment. Then the volcano shone with an angry red glow, and a fountain of incandescent lava shot skyward with a deafening roar. Mount Erebus was erupting. Of course, it did not just happen to erupt precisely when Sunny needed it. Instead, he had sent Fiend into its depths to find a ripe magma chamber and cause an eruption when the time was right. With Goliath having already destabilized the entire region, doing so was not too hard. And with Fiend's robust steel carapace and fire affinity, he could survive inside a volcanic explosion without much trouble. Granted, the little hoodlum would not be happy with its master once he returned. If both of them survived what was coming next, of course. As the wall of swirling snow approached Sunny from the front, devouring the world, a rolling cloud of ash spread from Mount Erebus behind him. The stench of sulfur permeated the frigid air, cold wind crashing into a wave of heat in an invisible collision. Sunny's hair danced as a vast darkness swallowed the sky, plunging the icy plain in its shadow. As everything around him became enveloped in shadows, a sinister smile appeared on Sunny's pale face. He stretched, and then slowly rose to his feet. The cold darkness dwelling in his eyes finally exploded, turning into vicious glee. Looking at the approaching storm, Sunny raised his fist and said, his voice trembling with barely suppressed rage, "Hey, winter beast, do you remember me?" Then his voice grew calmer and colder, full of murderous wrath. "Probably not, but I remember you." Chapter 1654, opening salvo as ash rained from the sky and the ground quaked. Sonny inhaled deeply and extended his shadow sense as far as he could. Soon his mind was flooded with an avalanche of sensory data, almost making him dizzy. He was still unaccustomed to how vast his sight was now. Of course, he didn't actually see anything, but after years of perceiving the shapes and movements of the shadows, it was not much different. Sonny had tested his limits while relying on his shadow sense to stay alive in the ocean, but the dark depths were different from land. They were unfathomable and empty, with nothing but the cold currents to see. Here in the Antarctic center, though, there was almost too much to sense. Further, and further still, Sonny filtered out the useless data to keep his transcendent mind from overloading and reached across many kilometers of cracking ice toward the approaching snowstorm. Soon, he sensed the shadows trembling from the lethal cold. Even they were not spared from the cruel tyranny of the winter beast. Somewhere between 40 and 50 kilometers, this is as far as eye can reach. His shadow sense reached further than his actual sight, which was limited due to the curvature of Earth. And yet, it wasn't enough to find the heart of the vast blizzard, at least not until it got closer and enveloped him. Still, it is already close enough for the initial greeting. Sonny extended a hand. A thin pillar of darkness rose from the ground, growing to stand at almost twice his height. Then, it solidified, turning into an inky black javelin with a needle-sharp tip. He grasped and weighed it, looking at the towering wall of swirling snow with a cold expression. He had created the javelin in the image of the siege souvenir, a similar weapon he had once fashioned to slay Goliath. The original souvenir had been made from the quill of a corrupted abomination, while this one was merely a manifested shadow. However, that shadow had been suffused with his transcendent essence, and was thus equal to a transcendent weapon. A uniquely powerful one at that, due to the fact that his soul had been altered by soul weave. Sadly, the shadow javelin lacked the powerful enchantments that the real siege souvenir had possessed. Still, it was not bad for an opening salvo. Exhaling slowly, Sonny took a step forward. Using the full augmentation of his 5 shadows, he infused a torrent of essence into his muscles and tendons, pushed against the ground with his feet, and strained his entire body to whip his hand forward and send the javelin into the dark sky. The moment he threw it, the world quaked again. A cloud of ashen snow exploded from under his feet, and a thunderous boom tore through the roaring of the eruption. There was an invisible shockwave that pushed the snow and the falling ash away, creating a sphere of clarity around his ominous onyx figure for a few fleeting moments. The javelin was like a black comet as it shot across the lightless sky, its speed immeasurable. However, the actual process was rather dull. It actually took it an entire minute to reach the wall of snow and disappear into it. 20 or so seconds later, Sonny felt his connection to the infused essence disappear. At the same time, he sensed the javelin plummet into the snow and shatter into countless shards of ice, which then dissolved into an intangible shadow. The corner of his mouth twitched. Not enough. With the volcano erupting behind him and the gargantuan wall of snow that connected heavens and earth racing to swallow him from the front, Sonny stared forward with a dark expression and did some mental calculation. I am no better than an artillery cannon, distance-wise. Granted, that javelin of mine was about 25 times heavier than an average artillery shell. Still, I would need to be inside the storm to reach its eye. He grimaced with displeasure. All these mathematics was not exactly what he had wanted. What he had wanted was to get up close and personal with the winter beast and feel its blood flow down his hands. However, reality was never what one wanted. Well, maybe not, considering that Sonny had gotten exactly what he wanted. He had gotten his freedom, and everything else that had come with it. In any case, the distance was not that important. Much more important was the fact that the javelin had been able to survive for more than 20 seconds in the outer reaches of the snowstorm. That was something Sonny could work with. Of course, he still did not know how long his missiles would last in the inner hell of the winter beast's domain. He shook his head, let out a resentful sigh, and glanced at his shadow. War is a boring affair, isn't it, Serpent? Serpent raised its gargantuan head into the air and hissed, perhaps expressing its solidarity. Sonny smiled. Let's make it a bit more exciting then. As the first torrents of snow swirled around him and plunged the world into unbearable cold, Sonny raised his head to the dark sky and laughed. A few moments later, his laughter disappeared abruptly, and his face suddenly turned still. Only his eyes gleamed with a strange, dark excitement. Something stirred in their depths, and at the same time the darkness around Sonny stirred as well. Dozens of inky black pillars rose from the ground, followed by dozens more. They rose into the swirling snow like the fangs of a dragon, their needle-sharp points parting the wind with shrill whistles. Then, just as many tendrils of darkness wrapped around the shadow javelins, turning into inky black hands. Each hand had 7 fingers, ending with sharp claws. Sonny raised a hand, and at the same time the shadow hands raised the great javelins. He stared into the swirling snow with a cold smile. He was not satisfied with being a transcendent siege engine. To welcome the winter beast, he was prepared to summon forth an entire division's worth of devastating artillery. "I'm going to drown you, bastard." Letting out a low growl, he waved his hand forward. The world seemed to shatter from the thunderous roar when countless black javelins tore the swirling snow apart and shot into the depths of the raging blizzard.